And welcome. We've got an exciting show for you today. My name is Danny, and I'm the host.
I'm genuinely happy that worked this time. I'm happy that worked this time. How are all of you doing? It has been a week off for me, which is, well, 5 days off, which, you know, fucking as far as things go for this. I've been able to focus on so many other things and get other things done. It's a weird time. It's just a fucking weird time. And I've been trying to get a couple of essays done and things out. And I haven't been able to, because what a lot of people I don't think realize is the Anti-Oedipus reading alone is a solid 6 to 7 hours of my life every week. And that's prepping it, doing it, and then recovering from it, which would actually put it into more. And Klosowski's another couple. So just when you do, it's just no fucking time in the day. Oh, thank you very much. Homo hipster Gandalf. I still prefer Sam Pride. I still think Sam Pride is my favorite joke so far. But Gandalf is an old. That's the name I've been given a long time ago. Sleepy Butt, I hate to break it to you. This is not going to be me tearing into something that is just a simple, easy video. I wish that would be at least interesting. But one thing I got to do is finally finish my channel changer.
My name is Sissy. Sissy starts with S.
I am a snake. My name is Sam.
I'm just happy I finally got that working. I have so many fucking public random videos that I just have not had a way to integrate, and I've wanted to get it going. And yes, this week's AO session was literally itself 5 hours, which was just the recording. It was 5 fucking hours. So yes, it takes a lot of my soul every week to do it. But I finally got a chance to finish Music Cloud. Oh shit. Motherfuck. It didn't. One thing wrong. That's okay. It's functional. Functional is a bigger deal to me at this point. Functional is a bigger deal to me. I can figure out how to get that later. That's easy. That's easy scripting. That's nothing. As you can see, we have, the music should be fine. It's gone now. As the music fails, I know, but at least I got it working. The music should be gone, by the way. So you see up front, we have, of course, the famous Black Science Man, Neil deGrasse Tyson, as he and another astrophysicist debate free will.
Charles, I want to compare notes.
Okay.
On free will.
It's going to be great. I haven't watched any of it. For those of you who already know, I do have a bit of a history with Tyson. It's a long story that I've gone into on stream once now, and I probably won't do it again. It's hilarious. But this is the candy one. This is like candy. This is like an appetizer. It's a 15-minute video as these guys absolutely just, it's awful. But the two videos that I really think we're going to I think are going to be something. There's this from Revolutionary Communist International. Okay. I'm not actually sure how to mentally handle what this video is as a thing. Oh, come on, pop back, you fucking thing. Where'd it go? Really? Where did you go? There you go. Now what are you doing? Why are you doing that? There. The Spectre of Communism, the podcast. This is a video about how I watched 5 minutes and I understand how communism failed, if this is the best they've got. It is about how postmodernism has failed us, and it is really fucking awful, but not as awful. Not as awful as this, which is hard to know what it is up front. We're going to play 2 seconds of it and you'll get the idea. This is from The Warrior Philosopher, where Alaric the Barbarian is presenting his ideas around schizoposting, which is a book he released.
Eroticism or the erotic as the life drive. I think that's also where you get beauty from, in the sense that complexity itself does not lend itself to beauty. Evolution can lend itself to more complexity, but that does not inherently create something beautiful. And in the sense of art...
I'm inaudible over the podcast? Really? Interesting.
Mankind can create art, but like a tiger is beautiful. Lotus flower is beautiful. Naturally, these things are. And it's not because they're more complex. It's because there's a drive toward increasing beauty. It's just...
So fascists galore, basically. It is...
base biological.
Sex, violence, pleasure, and pain, I would encompass within the erotic, right? So what is the impulse of life? What is behind will to power, the will, etc.? It's the erotic. Once you reach the threshold of utility within a specific organism or thing's objectives, it needs to create more objectives. So what is it?
I watched 5 minutes of both of these. This one is aneurysm level, pants on head. This one's pants on head for me. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen anyone do when it comes to philosophy. So of course I found a copy of his book, and we're going to be really trying. We're going to be really trying. I'm going to read just the opening. It opens with a quote from Soren, which anyone who opens a book like that, you just already know. What is man? What am I? This is the essential question to which culture has always provided an answer. Unlike McLuhan's fish, man lacks an intrinsic sense of his essence. In mankind's oldest narrative, Enkidu, knowing no better, living among the hurrying creatures of the abandoned, consider himself one of the antelope. He is man as he was in the beginning. It takes an initiation for him to understand what he truly is, an irreversible process of civilizing gnosis. Oh, it's so fucking bad. And it's bad throughout in a way that is, again, really horrifying. But he really is trying to take all of the critical theorists and basically build them into a fascizing nightmare. So, hey, what are we going to do? I want to start with our friends, the astrophysicists, because I think it's candy. It's an appetizer. Then the debate is going to be basically this, and I'm going to be putting it to you guys. Which one? And it's going to be communists versus schizofascists. I don't have another way to fucking name that. It's that bad, and it's magic. It's just, these guys are fucking magic. So, so while that's going, you guys vote, and appreciate all of you for being here. We're going to be enjoying the evening. It's going to be going a little bit late, probably. Dexter's behind me, so if I have to jump off for a moment, be a dad, I'll be doing that. He's playing UFO 50. So I'm playing Contraption Maker now. Now you're playing Contraption Maker. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ooh.
things
Isn't
to ask
it?
about.
Did I see? Sometimes I feel like you're fucking with me, Pashy. Did you see Denims calling? Are these like racist dog whistles? What is this? I don't understand anything. Who's Denims is a person, I'm going to guess. And Emiru is a person. Check stream. I'm not going to check stream chat. I'm not going to look at Rand. I'm going to guess that this is weird drama streamers. Okay. Then I literally could care less. Like I literally could. It's not actually, I couldn't care less. There you go. I might be able to care a little bit less if they were fictional streamers in a streamer's show. That might make me care less. It's about ice. Good. It doesn't matter. I'm not a purist when it comes to it. Just be against ice. Just they suck.
Here's my take. It is true that at some level of resolution that we can observe, causality is absolutely true. Given these initial conditions, this is what will happen afterwards.
That's the physicist in you
That's the
speaking.
physicist in you speaking.
Exactly.
So if you take it to its logical
Except for all the things that we can't do that with.
conclusion, then there is no free
I don't
will
even-
because everything is predetermined by things that
Everything has an antecedent.
whether you know it or not, something
Right.
is causing it to
Right.
happen.
So this is one of those things that I'll try to explain simply up front. What the great challenge when you're going to discuss free will, and now it's quiet. Oh, you people, now it's quiet. It's okay. You're not missing anything. The challenge when discussing free will is that primarily, first, you're doing it from a position of measuring against what is to come or opportunities or options. You're saying, given X state of affairs, these opportunities will be in front of you. But the challenge is that the only opportunities in front of you are that which you are already measuring for. You are conditioning the outcome of that. So naturally, you'll be able to say that it's causative because you're always able to, given any state of affairs, you're able to go, these are the state of affairs and things as I understand it and can measure. And therefore, I can measure where that came from. The problem is, of course, that the moment there are things that we cannot measure, which is a huge, wide swath of things, that shifts, it breaks, it becomes something that we're unable to see. We can't actually really condition what that is, but we can presuppose, we can presume sort of what comes. I have a great video on free will on the channel where I'm responding to Angela Collier, who's a phenomenal sort of science communicator, I believe is the term she says. But I'm actually not, it's not against her. It's backing her up. She does a very good job debunking the idea of free will or not at a physics level. And I wanted to come in with like the philosophical side of it because the very idea of free will itself is sort of a child's understanding of things at a basic level. So when we talk about cause and effect, the challenge becomes, like Nietzsche says, explain how a push works. And physicists can't do this. So he's like, oh, well, even if we don't know. And it's like, well, so you're literally saying, yeah, but the things we don't understand still count. The things we don't measure still count because I say so. It's a childish, very weird, simplistic way to view things. There's no reason they should have to discuss free will at all. Again, they're physicists. Will is not in their wheelhouse. Philosophy does that. But again, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. He doesn't believe anything is something he can't know.
Something precipitous.
The poll is for one of the two videos we're going to do, which is schizofascists who are looking like they're winning versus the psychotic communists. Psychotic communists who say that postmodernism is all lies and they are really bad at it. And then schizo posting, which is awful. Like genuinely, like it makes me want to have a stroke constantly. Is Bergson's free will really free will? Well, here's the thing. Bergson's free will is about this conversation because when we talk about, there's this set of outcomes and you can choose between them. we have kind of two questions first. The first is who's doing the choosing and how? When we say who's doing the choosing, there isn't really a stable subject, not meaningfully. If you want to talk about the larger organism, sure, but an organism doesn't choose, not in the sense of that. We understand that there's a billion drives that are sort of pulsing through. So how does free will happen in that sense? What is choosing? And then when it comes to what is being chosen, is it really the complete set of options? Is free will not simply determined by the options placed in front, or the way that this sort of comes through time? For Bergson, who I like his idea generally, I prefer the sort of other takes on free will that have sort of come since, but the very idea itself of, hey, I shouldn't be thinking about what are my choices and am I free to choose? Instead, free will is about making sure that we sort of exist in a way that our entire being makes a choice, that it's what our entire being comes together to want. I really enjoy this idea. And I have, I've tended towards this for a very long time. Have I covered Sapolsky's million videos? We've covered Sapolsky at one point. Yeah.
The thing
That's
that
right.
caused.
But again, the conversation itself is, again, rather pointless if you're going to be talking about it from a physicalist perspective, which is what both of these guys are doing. Is they're just like crude materialism where it's like, oh, pool balls are hitting each other and there you go. And it's like, well, what about Brownian motion? What about all of these little weird ways that random shit gets in the way, that becomes indeterminate, that fucks with things? Well, no, we prefer pool balls. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
The thing
That's
that
right.
made
It's
that
always
happen.
going to happen. But
Right.
there is also stochastic uncertainty in the universe. It's built in. There's randomness, there's unpredictability. Yeah. And so you have to ask, I think, if you're a physicist, what level of chaos actually affects you to the extent that you could actually make an instantaneous decision based on other stuff that's not necessarily in your past experiences or what you have just seen in your current environment. Right?
But wouldn't all those past experiences and your current environment, despite the fact that if you're introducing an element of chaos so that you've never experienced this ever before, your experiences that you have had would then inform your decision about the thing that you've never experienced.
Your inform is the word.
Oh.
Is it
Rather
inform
than
or dictate?
predicate. Right.
Right. Or
Oh.
require. Right. That's the thing there. Yeah. Let's say you're in a room with a whole bunch of audience members. You tell
Come
a
on.
joke.
Right.
It falls flat. In that moment, you have many things you could do to turn it into a laugh point.
True.
Right? You hear something.
And there is the biggest problem with the very idea of free will. It presumes subject-object distinction, that you are doing things outward, that you outside are that the very idea at its sort of core is fundamentally flawed. And again, there's no reason to be thinking about the conscious I as someone that is, and again, this is since Spinoza. So we're not talking about like 30 years of some postmodernist. We're talking about like Duns Scotus. We're talking about fucking Spinoza shit, hundreds of years. It's just so stupid.
Silence, and you'd be like, "Oh, that was good," and then everyone laughs. Or so you make some
Or
sort
is
of
this
comment.
mic on? You know,
Yeah,
that's
right.
the old one.
Right.
What do you do? Do you have the freedom to choose one of several choices that you had designed from your past, that you prepared to deal with that eventuality, or is the choice made for you already?
But if he was less experienced, he might not dig out of that hole
Yes.
as
Oh God, they're fucking
effectively or efficiently.
Exactly.
But if you've been in 100 cases where you had a joke bomb,
Right.
you have data on how to pull out of it.
Exactly.
So statistically, you have a chance of getting people
And it
to
happens
smile.
instantaneously. You-
What is amazing is that Neil deGrasse Tyson will say this, and this other host of his, they will say this as if data is this thing that is so absolutely, completely it, and then also talk about how AI is conscious. I am amazed by these people.
Right
you
in
don't
the
even
moment.
realize that it's happening.
It's in the
you know?
moment.
So
But
it's in the
yeah.
moment. Right.
Did you have free will to not?
See, that's right.
Right.
So now that would be interesting because here you are in a place where your instinct, your training, and
your
your
10,000
desire,
hours, 10,000 hours,
right,
whatever it is,
will, as a reflex.
Why is everything bad stand-up comedy now? Why is everything bad stand-up comedy now? That'd be the thing. Why is everything bad stand-up comedy now? And I blame Joe Rogan, who had occasional good jokes on stage for a while, and then became an idiot who talks, and everyone thought that was the format. So he became the meta.
Cause you to say this, this, and this, and then people go, wow, that was great. Look how he turned it around.
So, Charles,
Oh, wow. Yeah. Utilizing representation and speaking towards things where you actually name things enables other people to recondition their understanding of things, basically utilizing those representations. Someone should write a book about this.
I say in that comment that he preloaded his neurosynapses so that in that moment.
Yes, he chose to preload his neurosynapses. That's what he chose to do. Or didn't choose to do. He preloaded. Who was preloading it, Neil?
They all tripped.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They tripped, meaning triggered to go to the solution to that problem.
Right.
Same is true.
I can't do this. That's fucking awful. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay. Well, see, that's too close. That's too close. I wanted a really nice split for this. 12 points is fine. Will I write that book? Anti-Oedipus is that book, by the way. It's a good one. I'd argue Nietzsche wrote about this. I'd argue, like, Nietzsche literally wrote against the idea of, as we understand it, like fatalism in that sense. Even though he wrote about amor fati, it's really a lot. And it's not, it's people have written this book a lot. It's a shame, man. That's so depressing. It's not even interesting to listen to. What a fucking lame thing. Closing that shit. It's Rogan-esque. It is. It's just awful. Tyler Freewell made partial objects. How question conditions response to. Yep, that would be it. That would be the one. Here, I'll actually post it. I should do that once in a while. Just actually do the work instead of demand people go find things randomly on my fucking stupid channel. I made brisket, sous vide brisket, and it's turned out so fucking good today. It's a really, really long process. It's a 72-hour brisket. Starts first by dry racking it, and then sous vide, with smoke in the bag, liquid smoke in the bag, sous vide it for 48 hours, then let it sit, then you bark it over the course of a few hours in the oven. It's just fantastic. Yeah, that would be the one. Let's see. And copy you. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. I believe that's the one. I should check. Hopefully I'm not sending you to my weird porn. Nope, not my weird porn. All right. We may take breaks from this because this video is truly one of the worst things I've kind of experienced, because it is. And I like it in the sense that I think it's something that we can, like the other video, use as a launching point. This Neil deGrasse Tyson was shit. But this one is so fucking bad. Everything stated in it is wrong in a way that actually enables us to have real conversations around it. And I kind of like that.
What does it do to create more objectives? It experiences more and more sensations.
And I'm trying to find out. What the fuck? Why won't... One second, sorry. There. Should be a little brighter for you. It seemed like it was dark. I'm not sure if it was. Let me know if it was not. And I ruined it by making it brighter. Is it worse than ice macing you? Well, I haven't been fully maced by ice. Not like... I have to give credit to Becoming, who's gotten it like just wild. But yeah, it's no, this is really bad. This is really bad.
Violence in its most basic form. It's appropriation of another being, energy at the expense of that being. So you can never really get past violence unless you're dead. Salwetse Legionaries. I am joined today by a very, very special guest. As you can see, I have Alaric the Barbarian here, and today we're...
As you can see by the name, fucking people, show your face, dude. Just show your fucking face, man. We all know what you look like.
We're going to be talking about a certain book written, we presume by Alaric, but all the praises are from ChatGPT, so we don't know. Maybe Alaric's actually just an AI, but I have this book here, Schizo Posting, and we're going to talk about it today. But without further ado, Alaric, welcome to the podcast, and if you could just briefly introduce yourself to the Legionaries.
Well, thank you for having me on. Alaric the Barbarian. Honestly, every podcast I've been on, they've asked me how I pronounce it. I have no idea. Been writing under this name for years. Still don't know. Anyway, I guess I started off as a writer on history and martial arts. I still do those things, but with this book, at least, I got more into, I don't even know, do you call it theory? It
No.
is kind of schizophrenic, but
No.
More theory than like the regular right-wing people.
yeah, it's a book on culture ultimately, and kind of my read of what the past 10 years have been, where we're headed, and the actual state of thought, rather than like, I don't know, like you said, a lot of people aren't that well versed in theory, and they try to do this bit where they just rail against imagined enemies of traditionalism or something along.
That's a self-report, by the way, just so everyone knows what's coming. That's a fucking self-report. That's fucking crazy projection.
Bit where they just rail against imagined enemies of traditionalism or something along those lines. And even Gerard, even the class.
Oh no, this guy's a fascist. Both of these guys are fascists. These are straight up fascist pieces of shit who don't read books. Like, let me be very upfront here. Neither of these guys have actually read anything they're going to talk about. I mean, I haven't watched the whole video. Maybe we'll get somewhere where it's like, oh, they did. Early on, it's like, oh, no. Like literally that opening where he's like, erotism or the erotic is the will to power is the source of the will to power, or I don't even care. Like it's there are leaps made that are so fucking crazy in just the opening. So these guys don't read books. They don't read books and they're proud of it.
Classical traditionalist thinkers don't support that. But anyway, that's a digression. We'll get into that later. Yes, I did actually write the book. I've microdosed LLM psychosis since then. That's fun. But yeah, this was my essay collection that I put together over about 6 months. I didn't intend for it to be a book, and then it just kind of coalesced together. I realized that I could draw a through line between these very disparate topics. Like the first essay is on history, and then I talk about...
First essay is against history. I'm just going to read, and it's aphoristic, because he's like pretending to be Nietzsche. It's fucking terrible. Let's just, aphorism 3. Any familiarity with modern historical education, both in schools and in broader culture, leads to the belief that man only acquired consciousness a moment ago. He seems to have lacked interiority prior to the invention of the iPhone and have occupied his time with two-dimensional debates or pointless cruelty. That's a quote. I'm just reading from his fucking stupid book. Like it's that bad. Let me continue. Maybe he makes a point because it's a very short one. I only read half the aphorism. Reading historic works shows this to be untrue and often gives the reader the opposite feeling, that thought and even life have regressed in recent years. Of course, this practice is discouraged, and readers are instead directed to secondary or tertiary sources instead. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's the entire thing. Oh God, I can't. I can't. It's fucking so bad. It's stunning. It's not even, again, he doesn't read. It is not my intention to write against progress. Many prophets have approached the argument with more skill than I ever could. Nietzsche alone has fit in a paragraph entire treatise on the subject. Really? Really? Nietzsche hated progress. Interesting.
Sex and gender, violence, and then it goes more into like the method of technological. I don't want to say slavery and ape Ted K here, but how the technology we use every day actually messes with us. And I think very few, especially on the right, even come close to understanding that. And I'm hopefully trying to make a contribution toward a better look at like what technology is in our lives right now.
You do wonderful, my friend.
Yeah, totally. And I think we'll definitely talk about that. And I want to talk about also, capital as artificial intelligence and as technology and sort of tying those things together.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to talk about first was I really wanted to get a sort of summation of your critique of this like historical man. And you said a lot of people didn't get through the first essay you wrote. So maybe for those people that were too normy for the schizo posting style, we can just give them a brief summation of the sort of argument you're putting forward there, and then we can discuss that a bit.
Well, I said that I started off writing just about history, and I've done a lot of essays on the conquistadors or Rome or something along those lines. And you can rail against the liberal notion of history of like everything was backwards until we invented gay sex and the Civil Rights Act, but that's only one part of it. The thing that actually like bothers me, and I think a lot of people with how we think about history now, is that it's intended to make you do and be nothing. It's history as not identity, but rather prescription to avoid repeating history. Everybody hears that. We study history to avoid repeating the mistakes of our ancestors, and I think that's just in itself, as a very small shade of how we think about it, that's lame. It just tells you to do less things. Naturally, history then becomes a narrowing over time. That's one issue I have with it. The other issue is that it sets up man as an inherently progressive creature, and the only thing you can do is contribute to progress in this very, very specific Whiggish sense. It doesn't let you, it doesn't let you have vision in the same way that the people you're studying had vision. And those are kind of my key issues with it. But yeah, I do throw a lot of random thinkers out in the first essay. It was kind of a filter, and it was very funny to get replies from people not even making it through the first essay and having no idea what I'm talking about. But
these are not the communists. These are the fascists. These are the communists. These are the fascists. Just so everyone is very aware, these are the fascists. They're all fascists. So it's like super fash. But commie fash versus like edgy Nick Land fash. Okay? Does that make sense? Is everyone following that? All right.
But you write a book called Schizo Posting. I guess it kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah, it comes with that territory. Let me see what thinkers does he throw out in that first opening thing. Against history, he's got Shorin opening it up. Conway's Game of Life, excellent job. The strong version of it's a framing of man as historical rather than essential is the scaffold on which industrial and post-industrial civilization has been built. It frames human culture. Fuck me, my brain doesn't want to keep going. It frames human culture as zero-player, procedural process akin to Conway's Game of Life, developing based on its starting conditions and universal rules. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Individual agency is softened, then amputated entirely. The study soon focuses on amorphous forces and processes, the rules of the game. That's not really how that works. The strong version of this argument takes the form of Marxist historical materialism, something akin to Jared Diamond's geographic determinism. The key presupposition is Whiggish. History iterates on itself, advancing towards something. The eschaton in vogue varies with the seasons. Oh, good God. Santayana, shocking. What's up, Dexy? You're playing what? Oh, well, I'll have to play that with you at a different time. Can't do it right now. Sorry, buddy. Let's see. Beyond history's exploratory value. I'm just really quick, just seeing Herodotus, Thucydides, Thucydides. That's a weird spelling of that one. That's fine. I am just not seeing a lot of thinkers, buddy. Catholic Church, that's very telling. Like, it's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, you can never kowtow to the masses and sort of dilute what you're writing to fit their petty mass piggish desires. So I'm totally with that. But sort of briefly on this topic, when you get this Hegelian notion of history, right, that through processes of negation you're reaching that absolute ideal, it sort of posits that progress for progress sake is good, first of all. And then it also, I think, removes the agency of like the subject to actually shape history in a unique way that doesn't have a clear teleology the way that realizing the Hegelian absolute does. So I guess
I can someone help me? I can't even parse that nonsense.
When you get this Hegelian notion of history, right, that through processes of negation you're reaching that absolute ideal, it sort of posits that progress for progress sake is good, first of all. And then it also
Hegel was for progress, for believe in progress for progress's sake.
I think removes the agency of like the subject to actually shape history in a unique way that
they got rid of the great man theory and I don't know what to do about it.
That doesn't have a clear teleology the way that realizing the Hegelian absolute does. So I guess my question with that specifically is, in regards to history, do you think that, I don't know if I'd necessarily call it the less view of history, but this view of history that I think we're both critiquing, it's to me seems like a subsumption of the subject, right? The individual and his agency through this idea that substance moves on its own.
There is no chance they've read Phenomenology of Spirit. Nothing that they've just said would survive the first 10 pages of that. Someone can correct me again. Hegel's not my super strong suit, but to say that Hegel is basically made a like conveyor belt towards utopia is fucking nuts. Did Hegel not write about Caesar? And I feel like I'm going to have a fucking stroke watching this. This is so fucking wrong. I can't make sense of it. So agency through the idea of substance. Hegel comes out, please tell me I'm right or wrong on this, please. But like, it's not that people are the universal emerges through the agency of people from their passions and their particular interests. So an individual is like an actor through this.
Towards a progressive, absolutely good end long term. And because of this sort of descriptive of history, ultimately we're stripped of any malleability or opportunity to transform or shape history as prescriptive in a way that isn't sort of like, let's say, predefined by just like progress of history for the sake.
Are they saying Hegel's wrong by saying what Hegel said? Bold move.
Sake of progress. Is that sort of making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It takes away the single person's influence on anything. If we continue talking about history in the same way, in 800 years, they'll talk about Trump as the natural culmination of ideas rather than a complete revolution in American political thought.
Okay. Trump is not, and there is no capacity in which he is a transformation of American political thought. He is an actualization of American political thought. You just are too stupid to understand how that's the case. That's fucking crazy. This guy's published, sells books, makes money doing it. This has 4K views, and The Warrior Philosopher has 34,000 subs. Like, just saying. How old is Elric? I mean, old enough to be for this to be sad. Old enough for this to be sad.
Which, honestly, he has been with current events alone.
No, what the fuck?
It just takes away...
This is recent. This is 3 weeks ago. Unbelievable.
The notion that you personally can do anything, that you're only enthralled in material forces beyond yourself. It's just... lame is the best word I have for it. It's sad. The other thing is that history, historically, terrible phrasing, but history historically has been a form of giving you an identity as of a particular people, of a particular tradition, of a particular, right, like divine right or something along those lines. Now it's done not just in another way, but explicitly to remove any kind of identity or notion that you might have about yourself.
Wild.
I use the example.
That's just insane. Insane. This is fucking nonsense. This is what happens when you have like suburban white guy mentality, and you don't actually sit down and have to go through and study these things. When you can just flip a handful of pages, presume you have an understanding of it based on very, very mistaken understandings of everything, and then really not reading it primarily. And again, you can usually presume a lot of these guys self-reports when he's like, you just shouldn't do only secondary sources. 100% he's only doing secondary sources. Like the Hegel shit, I've gotten in arguments with people who've really corrected me on a lot of stuff with Hegel, to be frank, and brought up like philosophy of history, for example, where Hegel literally talks about Caesar and others, as I was mentioning a second ago, that these things are serious. And this is crazily fucking stupid.
Example of Turkmenistan as like the only country in the modern world that has the opposite of this, where their Saporyat Niazimov, I believe I'm saying it correctly. I don't speak Turkmen. But that's the thing. Neither did the Turkmen until like the 90s. They didn't exist until the 90s. And this guy just invented an entire national history to create like a cohesive people and cultural identity. And that's
but I thought Trump was the revolutionary who did that.
A lot closer to how...
I can't imagine. It's weird. I wonder if anyone else has done that throughout history that we can find to be notable.
How history has been for all of mankind's past than what it is today, which is just a process of beating into you that you are nothing except a cog in a machine. And by the way, we don't know anything factually more than people did before, not on a serious level. Like we don't know so much more information about the prehistoric world that it justifies this. We're still...
We know how
still guessing in the dark, but we're guessing toward a different philosophical end.
I mean, that's like, again, the anti-science brigade, the anti-academic brigade, the mentality here that is anti-academia in general, anti-expertise, and then plays himself as an expert who clearly he's fucking not. Apparently he gets into Deleuze at some point, and I can't wait. Apparently I'm going to just explode, which I'm excited for.
And that's the issue that I have with it.
Yeah, phenomenology of spirit doesn't talk history, but philosophy of history, which is Hegel, Like Hegel wrote a lot of shit, and there's a lot of stuff that people have corrected me on things I was saying about Hegel where I was like, oh fuck, I misunderstood, which is fine. But it's August, you believe they actually attempt. I don't. Or they listen to books on tape. I would believe.
And to add to that, it's really this sort of turning history into this sort of concretized science, or even what I would say utilization of history. Because if you can set history, well, this is what happened in history, this is what didn't happen, this is how you need to interpret history. I hate media literacy. The term media literacy to me is just completely bullshit. And you could apply this to historical literacy, right? The way that history is taught today is this is how you're supposed to interpret it. This is the sort of message you're supposed to derive from it. And it really is like history becoming this utilitarian way, as you say, of like, let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. And there was a passage in your book where you essentially, you kind of just said it as well right now, but a lot of history is just fake. A lot of history, do we really know it happened this way or not? And then you start to say, well, is what happened important? Or in a sense, are the consequences of believing what happened more important? And I think in regards to, you brought up Turkmenistan in your book, and you talk about this big project of what I would sort of tie back to George Bataille and the Glorious Operation. Like, he builds this great capital, and there's not a whole lot of people that visit the Turkmen capital, but it's this beautiful.
You haven't read Bataille, my boy.
Architecture, and you have a lot of these. I believe I looked up some pictures. I think it was kind of like marbly looking, almost palace looking buildings, right?
Only white cars are legal. It's awesome.
Right. And you brought the word hyperstition in your book, and I totally agree.
Of course, Nick Land. Of course, Nick Land. Of course, Nick Land. Of course, Nick Land. Remember, the drug-addicted moron who we were listening to do numeracy bullshit the other day and couldn't even explain the body without organs unless he was mumbling out of his mouth and drooling? Nick Land, hyperstition. Fuck me, dude.
You end up rewriting your past, rewriting your history as a means to bring about a specific future, which I think, again...
How... Okay. For those of you who haven't trudged through the really just shit work that is the CCRU, I shouldn't say it completely. There's at least two things in there that are worth a moment. Not really. Hyperstition is not... Wait, I want to make sure I got the wording right.
You end up rewriting your past, rewriting your history as a means to bring about a specific future, which I think, again, it ties back to this idea of age.
This is not what hyperstition is. That's not what hyperstition is. It is not about rewriting history in that sense. The whole point of hyperstition is like superstition. That's what the play is. It's a fiction that makes itself real. Because Nick Land basically, instead of, reading Deleuze and Guattari, what he ended up doing is going, oh, representation. I love that. Those must be desiring machines. And I love representation. So we're just going to make representation and capital the center of everything, because he's an idiot. But, so hyperstition is basically social machines themselves taking on the real immanent quality of things. It's terrible, but this is the wrong thing for it. This is not that. It's terrible.
Agency, and really why myth is so important, because of course, right, with the Iliad, we don't know exactly how the Trojan War happened, but
more concerned about Sigil Salt's gets wrong, considering taking his content seriously. His entire review of Klosowski's book on the Vicious Circle effectively showed he had no understanding not only of Nietzsche, but also of Klosowski at any level that was more than even moderate surface. I would absolutely not trust anything that he has to say about Nietzsche. If he happens to get things right, it's broken clock mentality at that point. Like and again, he's generally speaking fash leaning, and he's a reactionary. So be aware of that, and be aware of people who associate with that, because if you're doing reactionary readings of Nietzsche and people are associating with you for that, for monetary purposes, birds of a feather, all that shit. It is that bad. It is that bad. It is that bad. For anyone who's been part of our reading, they were people who were in our reading. Like, he started going over one or two concepts. It was like literally just not the point. Like, it was beyond all of it. It was wild. Off topic, wanted to know what I think of the center periphery analysis of global capitalism. Does it create a lot of rigid categories? So I tend to like the idea. I like the way that you talk about the topology of center periphery of capitalism. The challenge is that people really get married into this idea of it being literal distance from a center. And they go, oh, London is the center, or New York Stock Exchange is the center. And therefore anything immediately around that, oh, we're the periphery because I'm far away, which is no. And so when you start having people getting married to what the topology of it all means, and they, basically fascize and do that, yeah, it ruins everything. Please be aware your refutation of land has done unspeakable amounts of good for your new gen squatter punks who are audience. I'm glad I can help you kids, because Nick Land, and it's sad. Once you have read a lot of D&G, and you kind of Bataille and all the things he sort of is borrowing from, you can see his really early writing isn't good, but had things in it where you can go like, oh, he could have gone this way, and it would have been, maybe not good, but at least interesting. But then he went that way and believes that numbers can tell the future, and it's fucking insane. Like, it's one of those things that, if how like when Scientologists are told about Xenu and they're like, what the fuck? Because if you start with Xenu, Scientology doesn't work. If you start by telling people that the cover of the CCRU manual is number theory that can predict the reality of everything and how everything's connected, people will go, oh, I know exactly how I should take this and put it, to level out the fucking chair that's unstable.
There's this term, I always bring it up in podcasts, and of course you've definitely seen it all over Frog Twitter. Achilles is real, you are not. Ultimately, history as consequence, in terms of how does it impact our ethic and ethos going forward, that's really what's important about history, rather than, there's this massacre in 1568, and this is why you should pay reparations to some.
Oh my God. So, okay. The mythology of history is incredibly important to us understanding how we should be, but we really shouldn't look at the facts and stuff. And also, reparations is funny. What the fuck, man?
Bantu tribe, right, in Botswana or whatever. I'm making that up, obviously. But is there something there to be said about, and this is interesting because it's not really a trad position either. It's a sort of synthesis of recognizing the importance of vitality in the past, but then rewriting history. Like the Turkmens, they had to create their own history. Do you think there's almost like a fusion of almost a postmodern element where you don't really have a clear past to pull from, but you end up wanting to have a better prescriptive, a more beautiful prescriptive. So you rewrite what happened so that you can actualize this sort of beautiful aesthetic vision, if that.
Okay. This is not anything that any of these people have written about. He's just saying propaganda. He's saying propaganda is the thing, which, by the way, if you didn't know, of course it is. Hey, if we lie about stuff, we can make people believe anything, is amazing. That's amazing. Good Christ. That's amazing.
That makes sense.
Well, the thing is, we do that anyway to our current vision.
Yes, you do. Like, for example, rewriting everything to say that Turkmenistan is a real thing and we're going to speak Turkmen and we have a single race and we are a part of this and blood and soil and all of that. This is what fascists do. They're unironically just spilling the fucking tea on their garbage because they're not bright enough to understand that all these guys are critiquing what fascists do. That's it. That's when you are so baked into your place in the system that you can't critique it. This is what happens.
The things in current historical discourse that we just accept are based on like the principle of, come on, man, really? People will automatically disbelieve entire sources. You'll have very detailed sources or archaeological finds that lay out exactly what happened and exactly, one person's experience or something. And historians will look at it and by the principle of, come on, man, are you sure? They'll just ignore it. One of those was Gaspar de Carvajal, who was with the Orellana expedition down the Amazon, first Europeans to do the whole length of the Amazon River. And he said that there was flourishing civilization along the entire river and that there were all of these varied peoples and trading relationships, architecture, multiple languages, all of these things. And he was disregarded for, the expedition was in the 16th century, and then he was disregarded all the way until very, very recently.
Okay, so what you're saying is this guy who, this is how incoherent their entire thought process is. His critique is saying that modern academia and historians, bro, come on, is the mentality. And so he cites a 400-year-old story that was dismissed at the time due to fascist, racist bullshit, religious bullshit. And only recently have they gone, hey, actually, there's truth to this. So he's actually citing a reason modern historical academics are good and right, but he's citing it, not understanding that it's actually working against his very point. That's you have to be really fucking dumb to make that mistake. This is fucking depressing. They're really stupid. They're really fucking stupid. This is really, really sad.
Because people looked at the Amazon and went, oh, come on, man, really? There was nothing here.
Yes, and then modern Marxist anthropology and historical analysis actually did the work. You literally are saying that modern historians figured it out and that the old way.
And now we've done LIDAR studies, we've done soil chemistry studies and things like that.
The people you are critiquing and saying historians don't do real work, you're now saying all the real work that they're doing and how they did a thing that you think is good. Because again, you have no idea what you're talking about. They're fascists. They don't give a fuck. They're dumb as shit. But it's really, when you see it so clearly every time, and he's going to probably do this throughout where he's, historian, blah, blah, blah. And here's a new bill. And his example will be directly counteracting that because he's not doing any mental work. He's just spouting words that sound good that are the next words. As long as the next words are strong, it doesn't matter what the words are. You're going to listen to them because it doesn't matter. As long as I say things calmly and as long as I say things with conviction, you're not going to think twice about it because you too just are aching for certainty. They're not going to name... If he named historians, he would be talking positively about modern historians. He literally right now is telling a story about modern historians being good.
It demonstrated, before all of them died of disease, there actually was a flourishing civilization here. We probably should have believed the primary source. The other one would obviously be, Troy. Without Heinrich Schliemann, we would all still think Troy never existed and the whole thing.
Again, modern historians are doing that work, stupid. So the people you're critiquing as doing, like, literally you just spent 13 minutes talking about how historians are trying to rewrite and control things and they're all postmodern and they're all fucked up. And then you're saying they're doing the right thing. It's embarrassing.
Thing was an allegory.
God.
We know that the city actually was real. We have a site for it. There have been archaeological digs on it. As much as people criticize him for blowing up some of it, which he did, who cares? Either way, it would be a McDonald's parking lot, right?
I mean, I think it's worth criticizing him for blowing up part of the site
right now if he never looked for it. So no matter what, you're going to have to omit data and enter data in. This is something Charles Fort talks about with science. It's just a question of, like, what's your orientation toward that data? No matter what, you're omitting stuff, and no matter what, you're revising stuff. So you might as well have a good philosophical orientation toward it.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think where I sort of want to turn this part of the conversation is, well, we're looking at these different views of history, the sort of historically determined man. Of course, again, I mean, this does go back to Hegel because, of course, this sort of Marxist dialectic materialism, right? It's some interpretation of this Hegelian progress of history, of course, reduced to a sort of materialist outlook. But
that's how stupid you have to be.
Looking at that view of history, one thing I wanted to bring up in discussion is, well, what is the substance of history today? What is essentially moving history today? And what is the subject in contention with in terms of losing their agency? And you brought up, for example, simulacra and simulation a lot in the second part of your book. And I don't want to completely gloss over the beginning part, so we'll go back to that. But just sort of introducing this idea, essentially, that Baudrillard is coming up with, simulation as this process of identity losing any sort of reference to the real, so to speak. So, of course, we get simulacra and modernity. And for the listener, I guess I should probably introduce these ideas in more layman terms. But,
Please don't. You're not doing very good in non-layman's terms, my friend. Please don't. Please don't.
Identity, for instance, it's based on a relationship to some referential before us. We're basing our identity on something before us. So for example, I'm trying to think of a good example of this. I am, well, even like a gender or sex, I think is important. Well, if you go back,
like Frankish kings all derive their right to rule from being descended from mostly Hector, if I remember correctly. The Romans themselves saw themselves as descended from Trojans. People have always drawn even mythic lineages, and that's just one explicit way to do it. But we don't do that now. We actually want to distance ourselves from those horrible British people,
Right, that's a better example than I was going to come up with. I cat caught my tongue a little bit. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is that essentially identity in modernity has become an instantiation of a copy of a copy of a copy. There's no real referential to some sort of, even in the role of myth, right? The myth operates as some sort of referential, which represents something more transcendent and even real. But today, once you get to, for example, one of the things I like to sort of derive is that if we take deconstruction to its sort of logical finality and we deconstruct the human animal to something devoid of any referential identity, he essentially becomes this sexless, androgynous being.
If you do that, I think it's, again, a self-report. I'd argue that if we do that, we end up with the most sexual existence that there is, that everything is ultimately sex, and that is the base of things. But again, I'm probably self-reporting too. But again, I don't have a bunch of shitty tribal tattoos from 2003.
Right. You don't even have the identity of sex to assert your identity in the world. You have nothing from which you can be in the world. Because the way I see it, and I think we could probably tie this into some of the things you wrote about sex and gender in this book, is that without sexuality, and this is a very good point you made. I really liked it because I was watching, have you watched Ex Machina?
Oh, forever ago, yeah.
There was something you said in the book that was almost exactly like that, where this, the guy who's, let's say, developing artificial intelligence like robots, he's saying without sexuality, what is the point of the gray box to communicate with other gray boxes? Like the fundamental sort of impulse, right, is sexuality. And, you bring up Freud and sort of Freud's theory on this, but sexuality, I think, is fundamental to the subject needing to assert itself. What point is the subject to have a will if there's not something to reach? And sexuality.
I am I am at a loss. So 100%, he brought up Freud. This is not Freud's understanding.
At Lone Pantalones 8284 super chatted $20. Here's toward your tribal tat.
Thank you. I'll get that when I have a no fear hat and a co-ed naked set of shorts. And I'll get a barbed wire tattoo as well. Fuck me. Thank you for the $20. Sorry, I appreciate the super chat and hated it at the same time. So I'm just going through emotions right now. Freud did not really, especially towards the end, believe sex is like the primary goal or the drive of things. Libido, which is the sexual drive in that sense, is a even pre-personal sex drive. It's not about like fuck energy. It's fuck energy in a general sense, not like goal-based things. Certainly, we saw earlier, he's talking about Bataille here. They've used the term vitalist and erotism multiple times and clearly have never read Bataille. Like they're reading like Bataille through Nick Land, and you already know the book that they've not read or asked AI to explain to them, probably. But they're going to bring up Nietzsche here too. None of these thinkers have sex as a goal. In fact, like libido gets beaten out by the death drive for all of them. This is really bad. Like, this is really bad.
Becomes that sort of necessity to, let's say, clash against other beings and conflict with other identities. And we see that the end state of deconstruction is, as you point out, the sexless, androgynous sort of being, where sexuality has sort of been, commodified and commercialized to base impulse. And
because you've assigned it to representation and you're talking about it as an end goal that is basically for the subject. You are literally doing like the mirror image inverse of all of these thinkers. Because to be fair, it's self-report.
And I guess what I wanted to ask, that was a little bit long-winded roundabout way of coming to this. I asked this question last week too to one of my other guys, but why is sex important in identity? And why is sexuality sort of essential to be in the world?
Well, this was, that's a good question, even if long. That is a good question.
It's a very good question. I mean, I was, why is it wrong for me to put my penis in your mouth? And despite wanting to, and despite sitting here and begging for it. And I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. So can we talk about something else? Sex, sex, sex. I don't want to be a gay. I don't want to be a gay.
Question. Sex and violence are like 0 and 1 in terms of our basic experiences, right?
That's the stupidest fucking
sex,
thing.
Pleasure, violence, pain. Those are our two
Jesus
basic things. And I've
Christ.
structured the book around that idea.
You're really dumb.
Without both of those, you're just kind of, you're a 0 or a 1.
That's literally, without a binary of those, you're literally a binary. Like, it's unbelievably brain dead.
In a progressing game of, like, Conway's Game of Life.
Where do I stand on the sex violence binary? That's a great, great question. Stomping fash is arousing. So,
a 0-player game. It's a theoretical like 0-player game where you set up a grid of dots and they interact on like predetermined rules, and they can form these giant structures in it, but they're ultimately, there's no consciousness, or there's no actual like just desire or drive or unpredictability. The entire game is predicted from step zero.
What the fuck did he just? That's crazy.
The 0-player game. It's a theoretical like 0-player game where you set up a.
It's not a 0-player game. First off, that's just such a weird. 0-player game is such a weird way to talk about Conway's Game of Life. First off, Conway's Game of Life is less a game, it's more a simulation. The game is in the programming of that simulation. But it was more a point of how he could make self-replicating code that can self-replicate. It's just really, it's such a weird mental space to put yourself in.
Grid of dots, and they interact on like predetermined rules. And they can form these giant structures in it, but they're ultimately, there's no consciousness, or there's no actual like just desire or drive or unpredictability. The entire game is predicted from step zero. And that's how people tend to view human life now, at least. This whole thing, though, is kind of complicated by the fact that leftists run a lot of our historical discourse, and they believe what's...
He just said that leftists are doing great work in history things. Like, he just named 2 cases a moment ago, how good leftists were at history. But of course, now he's saying, oh, the leftists run things and they suck. So there you go.
Convenient for them to believe in the moment. You know, for example, they don't care about individual rights when it comes to nationalizing infrastructure or raising taxes on white people or something like that. But now that, you know, we're having law enforcement actions, all of a sudden they're the defenders of individual liberty and the Second Amendment, things like that. With sex, if you want to...
No. We're not defenders of, like, one, we were defenders of Second Amendment before, generally speaking. But also the defenders of individual liberty we were before as well. The thing is, like, what you consider to be individual liberty is a broken nightmare that basically is because your dad hit you too much or drank too much or wasn't around enough and you have problems. Hey, we all have problems. We all have issues. Good for you. The challenge is moving outside of that and going, hey, we have a pandemic, and you coughing on someone, if you might be a carrier, you could kill them. There's a lot of people who can't get vaccines for one reason or another. They're ill. We don't want a lot of people to die just because they're already fairly sick. Humans deserve the ability to go out. So if you can actually go out, that's great. That's great. You can go out. Just other people have to wear a mask. And that's fine. And you should. If you're sick, you should. And you should not cough on people. That's not breaking. It's again, what is liberty? Well, liberty is the most people being able to enact. You wearing a mask is an incredibly small thing to do to enable other people to be able to go out in the world. That's it. That's it. It's an incredibly minor thing. Incredibly minor thing. He's right. There's a contradiction in Dems suddenly defending the right to carry firearms, but that's not true, because again, where and what ways have Democrats tried to take away everyone's guns? There's common sense gun reform that I think is worth having the conversation about. And I can have that conversation if you'd like to have it. I don't think Kmart should have hollow point bullets, for example. I don't think Kmart and Walmart should sell high power Uzis. I don't think we need weapons of war, generally speaking, to be available to the average person, because that's not really the jam. But Democrats Republicans have tried to get rid of guns multiple times. In fact, Ronald Reagan is the one who really started us down the modern control of the assault rifle ban, assault weapons ban, and all of that. Ronald Reagan did that because he didn't want black people to be protesting with guns in California. Look it up. So Dems haven't tried to get rid of guns. They've tried to have common sense things because, you know, we worship guns to a fetishized, disgusting level that no other country does. And that's the problem. We fetishize them and they become the first resort for a lot of people. Children take them to school and kill each other with it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop that. We need to stop that. Having 90 guns, pretending that it is part and parcel of you being an American is having guns, the same way having this stupid gigantic truck that guzzles gas is part of being an American. Having it built into your identity is something that is genuinely unhealthy. I don't care who you are, leftist or not. If guns are your identity, unless you're a gunsmith, or you own a gun range, you've got a problem. If you're a marksman on the Olympic team or practicing to do that, good for you. But it's a hobby otherwise. Don't define yourself for it. By the way, this applies to Minecraft as much as guns. Don't do that. Anything like this. Unless you make Minecraft or make money off of it, same thing. Don't fetishize this stuff to that degree. But Democrats have been trying to get rid of guns. Feel free to post that like, oh, here's that bill that the Democrats passed under Obama. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't do that because it's actually like generally mostly common sense reforms and minor things. I spent years trying to get the gun show loophole closed. Gun show loophole was this weird thing where every gun dealer in the world, and every gun dealer in the country, I shouldn't say the world, every gun dealer in the country kind of has to keep track of guns going in and out. And they write down serial numbers and they have to do that. And they have to like ID people and all of this stuff and do a 2-day background check or 3-day background check, depending on the state. Gun shows, out the fucking door, as long as you show up. It's what the guys bought the guns for Columbine at. Because gun show loophole, that's stupid. People who are actively criminals and who are actually, threatening to murder people, maybe don't let them have a gun, because they kill people. Domestic violence breeds that. Like there's dangers of things like that shit. Common sense. No one's trying to get rid of guns. A lot of us lefties, very pro-gun in that sense. So ridiculous comment to say. The Dems, like they use it as a minor wedge issue because all they're trying to do is push against the absolute fetishization to the stupidest degree that the Republicans have. And again, that's because the Republicans don't actually care about gun rights. If you don't understand, it's a fetish for them. They don't care. Republicans and right-wingers do not have principles. That's not how they exist. They don't give a fuck. The liberals love principles. Lefties to an extent. A little bit more nuance there, but the right wing doesn't give a shit. They're happy to argue whatever they want as long as it's their side. That's all they care about.
To criticize, perhaps homosexual behavior is a little degenerate or, not healthy, then it's an immutable facet of life. If you want to talk about heterosexuality, then all of a sudden it's like, get yourself under control. So it's complicated by the fact that
what are you talking about?
Ideologues and have nothing to say.
Like you're literally doing it. You're free to go read actual papers on the history of sex, and actually, like Judith Butler doesn't even say what you just said. Wild.
From like a basic sense of things, but I think you can consistently get a feel for what's actually right by just looking at whatever the opposite of whatever they believe is on a given topic.
That is your mentality. Thank you. See, he's at least honest about it. And like I said, there's no principles. It's the liberals, left tiers, whatever they don't like, we do like. That's insane, but he's right. Just go to the opposite of whatever those weirdos like. Again, the moralizing is so heavy throughout this, and then he's like pretending that they're the ones not doing it. Beautiful fascism.
And with sex right now, they're generally prudes for one. They're performative prudes, really. These are people who deny the human animal's desire for sex and deny the human animal's desire for violence. And
yes, all of those lefties trying to get rid of OnlyFans and trying to demonize open sexual behavior and trying to, destigmatize women's sexuality. Yes, your side, the right, they're the ones who are certainly not prudes. Ridiculous.
That can tell you pretty conclusively, without even any philosophy, that those are probably pretty central things if the worst people on the planet like to pretend that they're not.
See, when you watch a fascist who is genuinely uneducated go about their, like, plying their wares and speaking as he's speaking, because again, it's the brain of a child on display. The things he starts saying is so clearly ridiculous. It's always the worst people on the planet, despite him saying and lauding how great modern history has been to undo those wrongs of the past that trads did. Because again, they don't care. They don't care.
I I know it's a non-answer, but still, I would say that, generally the right nowadays is the pro-sex faction as a result.
There is no capacity that that's true, except to say that women need to accept being raped. Now, they're pro-sex when it comes to underage women. I will agree with him with that. The right is way ahead of the curve when it comes to fucking kids. I'm not for that. And people on the left, we are prudes when it comes to that. He's right on that note. We are against, how Trump and Epstein and all these people in all of these messages constantly talk about how they're fucking kids. And these are the heroes of these guys. That I'm with him. I think I agree. The left is, but I'm okay with it myself. I think it's fine to be a prude in that sense. Generally speaking, there's nowhere else this is the case except fucking kids.
Result, which is a really weird thing to see. And you said it's not a traditionalist position. It's not, but
none of what you're saying is any reality in the world. Like all the right-wing governments, elements, and agencies are doing everything they can to criminalize premarital sex behavior, to criminalize abortion, to make birth control illegal, to make porn illegal, just stupid lies across the board. It's amazing. Wild.
Just to briefly add to that, I mean, this is why, if you look at, for example, like the Groyper movement, in a lot of ways, their sort of, let's say, I don't know, spiritual identities is very leftist in a lot of ways.
I can't.
And the sort of, I think
he's not going to say any other ways. He's just going to, again, hint at that, hey, look, the left, where the cool theory comes from with Marx and all these guys, but really the gropers are taking the good parts from the left. That's what he's trying to insinuate. Again, he's fucking stupid. If you can't tell already, these guys are really fucking dumb, but like, that's what he's insinuating. He's never going to state the specifics.
Incel culture is not right wing. If of course, maybe I'm shifting the parameters of what defines the right, but what all the things you mentioned, sex, violence, pleasure, and pain, I would encompass within the erotic, right? So what is the
That just shows you've never read any of these authors talk about the erotic. Like erotism is expressly about death for Bataille. Wild.
Pulse of life. What is behind will to power, the will, etc.?
Nope. No, absolutely not. Nowhere did Nietzsche write that. Good job. Crossing wires. Again, this is what happens when you don't jerk off enough and you start reading Nietzsche. This cliff notes that ChatGPT gives you.
It's the erotic. And the way I've sort of been describing it, and I know you've read some of my essays. I don't know if you read the one where I talk about this at length, but
I didn't know you also wrote essays.
More at length about this in the future. But the erotic, essentially, to me, it almost becomes a tautology for evolution over time, because I think when you get like the base input of, let's say, an atom, right, it has a very basic input-output. Input, the atom's there, output, like it's going to move entropically, it's going to move into open space, etc.
What the fuck? Dunning-Kruger in full fucking effect, everyone. This is magic. Enjoy this. We don't get to see it often. This is genuinely... This is unbelievable.
Output, like it's going to move. But the erotic, essentially, to me, it almost becomes a tautology for evolution over time, because I think when you get like the base input of, let's say, an atom, right, it has a very basic input-output. Input, the atom's there, output, like it's going to move and try. Input,
atom there. Output, with no other inputs. It's going to move because what the fuck, dude?
Tropically, it's going to move into open space, etc., blah, blah. And then, of course, through all these random sort of clashes, inputs and outputs grow progressively more complex. And the way that I view the erotic is that at a certain point, once you reach the threshold of utility within a specific organism or things, objectives, it needs to create more objectives. So what does it do to create more objectives? It experiences more and more sensations. And fundamental to this expansion of sensation is inequality. Because, of course, not
the shit, dude. Kids, read books. Please read. Learn to read. Learn to read books. Please read books. Please learn to read books. Please read books.
all beings are equal. And the role of violence, I think people don't talk about this enough, and you did talk about this a lot in your book, but I mean, to me, essentially, violence in its most basic form, and I've definitely written about this a lot, is its appropriation of another being. It could be a lowercase being or uppercase being's energy at the expense of that being, right? So even,
I mean, he just makes the fucking leap. Beautiful. Just right there. Just jumps. Just nothing there. Just making the jump. I am a lowercase being. Myself. I understand what he's saying. Do I have an opinion on the crypto Maoist Ticonist Appleist post? Fucking Christ, I love you. That's my new favorite question I've ever been asked. That is getting pinned.
Even a vegan is committing violence against a plant. You're appropriating the energy of this plant and you're consuming it to supplement your own energy so you continue to be in the world.
Okay. No one would call that violence. That's not what violence is. Like, none of this. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
In an unequal relationship with that thing that you're appropriating. So you can never really get past violence unless you're dead. Then maybe that's the only cessation of violence. And sort of what I wanted to ask.
Okay, so Bataille, who primarily talks about the erotic, and since they've cited Nick Land, and hilariously, they cited Nick Land badly, so you can just imagine how horrifying that chain of broken knowledge is behind them. For Bataille, violence doesn't exist in that sense, unless they're going to go with like the Zizekian version of violence, which, again, I don't think eating a plant is that, because that's just, again, sort of modus operandi for that. Violence isn't that. Sustaining a system isn't violence. It's not negative. It's not destructive. Bataille, who is the only person I can be imagining that they're thinking about when they're talking about the erotic, because Bataille's like the guy who wrote erotism, like that's his thing. But it's like, Bataille would just reject this silly bullshit flatly. There is productive expenditure for Bataille, which is the use of things, or the consumption of things, or the destruction of things. Fine, as utility or accumulation, serving the accumulation within a closed system. Then there's dépenser. There is the second bit, which is sort of the dispersal, the dispensing of things that is for specifically non-productive expenditure. Violence is about the wasteful for Bataille, particularly for Bataille. It's about that which is wasteful, not about simply transferring energy. They just genuinely have no clue what they're talking about. That's just from Full Metal Alchemist. I love that. That's great. August, I retract my previous. Where you said you think they actually read? Like, this is bad, dude. This is really bad. These are exceptionally stupid fascists, which is really fun.
Ask you in relation to this question, the role of violence and sexuality, all these different things, is when you get to the troon, essentially, right? And you mentioned, you talked a little bit about this in the book. When you get to the troon, it is really the anti-erotic being, because what?
Well, I am sorry everyone had to hear that. I am sorry everyone had to hear that. That is... I mean, I can't... the horrifying slur. Yeah, we got to that point. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to say the N-word, honestly. But, man. I can't keep watching this now. I just can't. I don't think I can keep watching. I'm going to check his book and see how bad it gets. You missed it. What happened? He used a slur for trans people. At least a quarter of 18 to 24-year-olds report total celibacy, a historical anomaly, certainly a symptom of mass derangement. The intentional identities that arise from this, militant inceldom and asexuality, are framed as direct reductions of the current sexual climate. In so many words, either recognizing sex as a humiliation ritual and refusing to submit, or feeling so alienated that one retreats completely from the sexual realm. Wow. Wow. The male to female transsexual is often so disgusted by his desire that in transitioning he aims to become the object, free of moral weight and shame. What the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. All right, okay. The next paragraph opens. On the other hand, this is insane. What is a furry but the perfected end product of this paradigm? That's a sentence he wrote in a book. Trans furry pipeline. Their character, the furry, is worn as a full body costume, replacing not only their identity, but their humanity. Sexual activity revolves around prescribed gatherings, and despite its depravity, is more often than not a mere physical recreation of online porn art, which is generated contractually so much that it has spawned a semi-formal economy. Yes, unlike the pornography of regular people, that certainly doesn't have its own semi-formal economy. Ah, shit. He said it so casually, like it fucking rang in my head for a minute. I didn't even notice. Like, there's that Louis C.K. bit of like the word Jew is both the slur and the proper name. It's just about how much stank you put on it. So like hey, look, my friend, he's a Jew. Good dude. Or, yeah, he's a Jew. That's all it takes for there to be a slur. He didn't even do that. He just said the slur like as if it was just, that's crazy. It's wild. But I think that's a pretty easy moment to report. Yep, hate is garbage. Eat shit. So that's not saying everyone should go do that, but y'all know where he is. So let's go do some commies. Let's laugh at fascist commies. All right. I can't continue because look, I'd love to. I have a feeling that he gets worse, and I'm sure whoever posted it didn't even notice because like he said it so quickly. But I can't. Just if he's gonna say something like that casually, I can't do it. It's too much. Sorry, love y'all, but no, not today. However.
Welcome to the spectre of communism. What the hell is postmodernism, and why do we, as communists, reject it?
That's why this is going to be great. Do you consider yourself an anarchist? I don't consider myself anything. I'm not sure I exist, so that becomes a problem.
A specter is haunting Europe. The specter of communism.
Communism is stronger, more determined than ever.
Good intro. I like the color shift, like the chromatic aberration play. It's a good intro.
Communism. The communist.
The communist.
The communist.
Dedicated to the establishment of a new order.
Just what is communism?
So you might have heard the term postmodernism bandied about by right-wing commentators and shock jocks like Jordan Peterson, sometimes together with Marxism. Actually, these ideas are completely...
That's fair. All right, so we're taking bets. We're going to see who's right. What is postmodernism, according to them? Do they get it right? That's the first one. Do they get it right? It's possible. They use Jordan B. Peterson's version. They make up nonsense. And then ultimately, what would be another one? Or just pure straw man. There. We'll have that go. That'll be
contradictory. And we're going to explain why. I'm going to introduce our speaker today. He is a member of the International Secretariat of the Revolutionary Communist International, and he's a regular on the show, also the host of our sister podcast, Against the Stream, Hamid Alizadeh. Hamid, thank you so much for coming on.
Well, thank you for having me.
He has 92 fucking titles. What in the fuck? Works critiqued. Oh, here we go. Gender trouble. The postmodern condition, a report on knowledge from Lyotard. Wonderful. Foucault, Derrida, and how the CIA used Foucault and postmodernism to their benefit. Are you... Oh God, they have a section titled Difference versus Dialectics. Good God. Oh, this is going to be wonderful.
Me, Joe.
So, postmodernism is a bit of a slippery term, but the closest to a straightforward definition from a postmodernist philosopher is from a book called The Postmodern Condition, a report on knowledge by Jean-François Lyotard. This is actually from the introduction. And Lyotard writes, simplifying to the extreme, I define postmodern as an incredulity towards meta-narratives. This incredulity is undoubtedly a product of progress in the sciences, but that progress in turn presupposes it. To the obsolescence of the meta-narrative apparatus of legitimation corresponds, most notably, the crisis of metaphysical philosophy and the university institution which in the past relied on it. So...
The answer is Jordan Peterson. Sorry, that's it. The answer is Jordan Peterson.
I'm going to offer an apology up front. There'll be a lot of word salad in the course of this.
There's a lot of word salad because we don't understand the things that we're actually quoting and talking about. Smug.
Podcast. And there's
leave it to British people to fucking show off how to be the most smug.
Actually, a reason for that. There's a philosophical underpinning to that, which we'll get into. But Hamid, could you try and unpick that for our viewers and listeners? What is Lyotard talking about when he says that the postmodern is an incredulity towards meta-narratives?
Well, first of all, I think I think we should just.
So just so you know, like the insane problem they've started with. If you haven't read Leotard, you probably go, "Wow, that's crazy." He's defining post. No, he's talking about the era that he was writing from and the issues, because this was literally a thing. Like, it wasn't the commissioned report that he is doing was for the Quebecois government. This is not like he was doing a fun thing and called it the report on the postmodern condition. He was doing it. And it was about, hey, here's what's happening. And I'm seeing this and we're all seeing this, that the ideas that sort of have always run things are starting to fall apart. People aren't listening to it anymore. These things have lost credibility as organizing principles themselves, even in scientific research, even in sociological research, even in university funding. The point for him was that fundamentally institutionality has lost like legitimacy. He's not making a claim that that's what postmodernism is. Like, it's a very interesting read, and I do suggest it. Again, I'm not a big Leotard guy myself, because I think he makes a handful of conflations I'm not a big fan of when it comes to these kinds of things, but it's the piece that they're specifically quoting is actually quite good. Just weird.
Dwell on the language for a moment there, because I think a lot of young men and women enter university and they're fed with this material or similar, because Leotard, for instance, is not really in vogue anymore, but there are other people who sound just like him and who say the same.
Leotard's, I mean, in vogue is a weird phrasing for it, but Leotard's still read and talked about, especially in these circles. Weird.
Same thing, basically. And they read this stuff and they think to themselves, I must be really, really stupid for not understanding this. And what we're here to tell them is that they are not the stupid ones.
You are stupid. You are arrogant and stupid, and that you don't understand it and are showing already, we're not even 3 minutes in, and you are showing you fundamentally don't understand one of the simplest papers that was written by one of these thinkers. We know we're in for a fucking ride. You're a joke and it's bad. So stop that.
It's the people who wrote this who are stupid. And what is behind, there's an attempt to give an impression that these are very, very complex ideas.
They are.
That you cannot possibly understand unless you're on the same wavelength as these people who are.
Unless you've read and understood them. For example, the idea, just as a thought, that the material conditions that produce society are actually part and parcel with how we end up with the financial system we have, requires that you actually have an understanding of Marx's materiality. Do you know what's not an easy read? Marx. And it's complex. It's Marx. But that's probably cool by you because you're assholes.
Write it. In reality, what they're saying is very, very simple and can be reduced to extremely simple terms. Incredulity towards meta-narratives. What does that mean? Incredulity just means skepticism. It's a very, very deep form of skepticism. I'd never heard of that word before I read it here, but...
You've never heard the word incredulity? Are you fucking kidding me? You've never heard someone say, I'm incredulous? You've never heard that. You've never heard that word? Are you fucking kidding me? You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. That's insane. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar.
But looking it up, that's what it means.
Mm-hmm. You're a liar.
And a meta-narrative, what that basically covers is a theory. That's what it is.
No. Meta-narrative is theory, is as brain dead a take as we've seen today. So, man, Yeah, no, that's what it was. These guys are just illiterate. That makes sense. They must live incredulously. I love you, Lucia. This is so the self-reporting. I use that term a lot. What I mean is when someone says these things, so my old my company I had a business, Jay, love Jay. And one of the things he would always say to me, because I had trouble with this early on, but he's like, hey, when people tell you who they are, you need to believe them. And this is one of those moments when people tell you who you are, you got to believe them. And he's telling you he's someone who had to look up incredulity. And that meta-narratives means theory. Meta-narrative could also mean meta-narrative, which is a very simple, easy thing. Yes, Lone Pantaloons, thank you. Look, I'm going to give a lesson to stupid one. Thing one, thing two, dummy one, dummy two. I am exhibiting incredulity at your incredulity. American Dream is meta-narrative. Thank you, Dodgy. See, look, and these are people in YouTube chat. That's not a high bar. You have a podcast. You have a supposedly high bar. You have a British accent. Treat yourself a little bit better than this.
These people.
Dummy one is the bald one. Dummy two is, I don't know, the stoner.
Are skeptical towards theory. That is the long and short of it. But
they're not skeptical towards theory at all.
You could have written,
why are you dissing us? I'm just saying, it's YouTube chat. You know, I'm in there too. Most of you are not even barely paying attention. Some of you, I'm sure, are. Most of you are like playing other video games or watching a movie as you're listening to this at the same time. And still, like, he prepared. He's written things. This is their job. He makes a living doing this in some capacity. You don't. You're doing this for fun. You're just having chats. He is being paid to talk to people. He makes a lot more than I do, and he's fucking that stupid.
Suspicious of big ideas. That would have been...
Yeah, a suspicion towards big ideas.
No, it's the opposite. You're stupid people. They're very stupid. What did he say? He said that the way postmodernists are... Sorry, I'm just having to go back over this. Postmodernism is an incredulity towards meta-narratives. He's reading that as a skepticism to theory, that people who are in the postmodern camp don't believe in theory.
Is the simple version, the Wikipedia simple English version of that statement.
Exactly. Now,
you're very stupid.
What they basically say is, yes,
you should not talk to people for a living.
Reject theory. They reject science.
No, they don't.
And they
not in
do
any
that
capacity.
On the basis that, on the account that theory and science is inherently oppressive.
That's not. Wow. Bruno Latour would have some fucking words for you, dummy. Jesus Christ.
In other words, it is not the conditions of humanity that creates oppression of any sort, but it's the interpretation that we put on it that creates oppression. You have...
If I had to steel man him, I'd say that the material conditions humanity is in create the ideological understanding of things, which is then used as an oppressive setup. I would try. That's what I would say. But even that...
One of the main, I was about to say archbishops of postmodernism, Foucault, who talks about power, this amorphous being that oppresses us. But when you look at what does he mean by power? He basically means science, theories, psychiatry, medicine, the educational system.
He means knowledge as well.
Knowledge
in general.
Exactly. And we can.
No, he doesn't. Power produces those things. You fucking, how? It's just Jordan Peterson in a red dress. That's incredible.
Can get into that. Obviously, he picks out very reactionary parts of the history of psychiatry, for example, and medicine, and then he makes that he raises it and says, "Look, you guys talked about they told us that science was supposed to be progressive, it was to advance humanity, it's supposed to cause a better life, but here you see there's a lot of criminal stuff going on, and this is also science, and therefore science is neither good or bad. In fact."
What the fuck, dude? Dude, you didn't even read the goddamn book, dude. There's no way you read the book. Madness doesn't do that. He doesn't say that. That's not his direction. That's not his conclusion. I can't even imagine how you'd read that and say that. That is not a thing Foucault did. That's not a thing he said. That's not a thing he talked about. That's not any of this shit. That's insane.
It's oppressive.
Mm-hmm.
And even more, when they talk about the oppression in societies.
Like, I was hoping they'd be like, hey, they're incredulous against meta-narratives, which is a problem for us because we're Marxists. Yes. Orthodox Marxism is a meta-narrative. The meta-narrative of it is that capitalism is a stepping stone on the way to other things, like socialism and then communism. That is a thing that I would argue you're incredulous about. Unless you're going to say absolutely capitalism is a stepping stone and you're suddenly pro-capitalist, you're not. Don't worry. I already know your behavior patterns. They're all reactionary. Your life has been lived many, many times. Not much point to it. The way that you've set up all of it, you could argue that Marx is absolutely for a meta-narrative. The incredulity towards that is, hey, well, what produces those meta-narratives? That's power. Power produces meta-narratives. And again, this is not him saying, hey, that's postmodernism. That's Foucault saying, hey, this explains why we're in a place where people have incredulity towards meta-narratives because people don't buy them. Hey, do you want to talk about why people don't believe that the world and the American dream is functioning anymore? Why even capitalists don't really believe in the unfettered, market? Why everyone, this is why that's happening. We can say it's happening. We can observe it's happening. We can give theories as to why. That is what these fucking people do. You fucking morons. Unbelievable.
Today, they talk about women's oppression. Women's oppression is not caused by...
I would love it if he said, it's not caused by bitches. I would love that. That would make my day if that's where he went with it. Just suddenly took a hard right turn. Just came out as full fash. That would be great.
Social conditions, according to these ideas, but because of the idea that the woman is inferior, right? Racism.
I mean, again, the stunning inability to understand. Wow.
Colonialism is not caused by inherent social forces that we can go into, but because there's an idea that says that there are superior and inferior races. But obviously, we know that's not.
Gender trouble. Explicitly, there's no way they don't bitch about gender trouble because they're already kind of talking about it as a thing. Plus Foucault, plus Deleuze, but certainly gender trouble leans really heavily on Marxist anthropology to make its primary arguments. It's
not the case. I mean, anyway, we can get into that, but basically that is what it is. It's a renunciation of all theory, rejection of science, rejection of rational thought, and a rejection of what is there then instead of meta-narratives, general theories, is local mini narratives, which is
that's amazing. So The fun part, again, the other guys, until he got to the slur part, the reason this stuff's fun to watch is because you can actually see the stuff we talk about on this channel come to life. The investment that this guy has in the social order and the very particular structures that he is opposed and against, that he and the desire that makes him up, the impulses of his existence that pulse in and out of the things he's connected to, the working machine that he is a part of, his arousal and enjoyment of being part of that machine is so fucking powerful. That's how he stays in this position. That's how he can read these things and not come out of it, because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. It's not where he's invested. That's not how it goes. These guys all are that. And so you can actually watch it function and be able to see enacting the way fascism travels from Anti-Oedipus and other works in how these guys do their thing. Again, they're jackasses and wrong. Fuck them. Like, they're making the world a genuinely worse place in everything they do. But they're not a total waste. They can always be a bad example.
Anyone's theory, anyone's ideas,
anyone's perspective.
Anyone's perspective is equal, actually better than the general perspective. That
is, so here's the thing. I think he read Lyotard. That shows he probably read Lyotard, and he just, again, he's too invested in this sort of weird, dogmatic, communist bullshit. I mean, again, UK, what can I fucking say? But because Lyotard talked about little narratives, that was part of this. But again, he's not doing it in a like determinate sense. That's what this guy's everything he believes in Marxism is about. Please tell me the determinate thing, the reason the thing's happening, why. Please tell me the why. That's not what any of these thinkers do. Instead, they talk about the how it got there, what makes it up. So for Lyotard, he was like, hey, meta-narratives are falling apart because there's this really weird thing of the little narrative, the personal narrative, the local narrative, kind of what he's phrasing, that local context-specific forms of knowledge and that validation in that way replace those grand universal meta-narratives. For example, I don't know how you wouldn't be able to say, look at how people react to algorithm reality. Everything they see, oh, I saw it, so it's true. It's him saying that this is happening. Do you not think that's happening? Fuck you, you're wrong. Can you not see? Everyone's talking about it. This is a thing that like think pieces of really stupid people in the New Yorker have fucking said. We know that this is happening. So it's not about, is it happening? The point of Lyotard's paper was to say, hey, this is his diagnosis of the problems he's seeing. And it was fortuitous. It was interesting. But this is really stupid.
There's no lawfulness in nature. There's no lawfulness in society. There's no lawfulness in history. It's just, everything is just a random series of events. And we are the ones who impose our
You brought up Foucault. How the fuck can you say there's no such thing as lawlessness? There's no such thing as lawfulness. Or, one sec, what the fuck?
Anyone's ideas.
Anyone's perspective.
Anyone's perspective is equal, actually better than the general perspective. There's no lawfulness in nature. There's no lawfulness in society. There's no lawfulness in history. It's just, everything is just a random series of events. And we are...
That's insane. That's insane. What the fuck, man?
We are the ones who impose our interpretation on it. And by doing that, we define it. We define the world we live in through our interpretations. And most importantly, there's no objectivity. Objective truth doesn't exist outside. What is objective truth? Objective truth is things that happen without, whether we think about them or not, whether we are aware of them or not. That's objectivity. They deny that and essentially reduce everything to the subjective.
Holy fuck.
And there are many different ways they do this, but that's...
None of what you're saying has any foundation in any of the writings. Like, it's just so embarrassing. You're 7.5 minutes in, sure, you don't understand these thinkers at all. Like, to the point where you're going to like basically conflate the like epistemological critique that exists as what you're calling postmodern thinkers. You brought up Foucault, of course, like the idea of how we know things or the conditions under which truth value itself and truth claim is validated. Conflating that with like an ontological denial is so childish.
I think that's how I would describe postmodernism at its core.
Yeah, and I'm glad you
have
alluded
failed
already
badly
to identity politics and queer theory and post-colonialism.
Oh God, is he going to fucking slur too?
Because postmodernism is a very broad and elastic school of ideas. They often don't call themselves postmodern.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe you shouldn't either, because they call Marx postmodern. You stupid shit.
But there are offshoots, and while some of these thinkers we're going to deal with might not be in the vogue at the moment, you might not have even heard of their names, you might not have read any of their work, they've had an effect on the world around us. They have an effect on the class struggle, they have an effect on the labor movement, a negative and reactionary one. So this isn't just us criticizing these ideas, you know, on...
Wait. Okay, so for 7.5 minutes, you've been saying that the whole point of postmodernists is that they believe our opinion on things affects and creates the oppression. And you're saying they're wrong. And then you just said their opinion on things creates the oppression. Do you smell your own asshole while you're up it? Amazing.
On the face of it, just presenting our objections to these particular thinkers, we're saying that there's a direct link between the ideas they present and some genuinely negative outcomes in the class struggle. But we'll get...
So again, postmodernists are foolish for saying ideas create oppression, but these ideas have created oppression. Take care, George. It's again, when you don't have, in my How to Philosophy series, and I am getting another video out at some point. I open with symbolic logic and like inference and other things, because it's really important as you're building things that you believe, or you're building ways to describe them to other people, or you're writing, that you have these things foundationally. So that way you can take a second and go, hey, am I flipping myself upside down? Am I completely making my own point in a broken way?
Get into that in more detail later on. The other thing we should say as well, there's a lot of charlatanry in the postmodern academy. Lots of people who...
Not like the Marxists, who are clearly doing lots of good work.
Pretty openly say they just write stuff in order to get published and make money, and they sit in their little ivory towers, and they just want to think the great thoughts. And
don't you love like the reverse classism, where it's like, I'm a member of the real working class with my ThinkPad and my Mac and my fucking podcast about communism. Oh, do you have a Shure SM7B? Because that's something only true proletariats have.
And they have a kind of incredulity towards the wider world because...
Hey, it's not cool using words he's never heard before. Stop that.
They don't live in it because they live in their little isolated university bubbles. So again, it's reiterating what Hamid said earlier. Don't feel stupid if you don't understand this, because...
Don't feel stupid if you don't understand it, but go read it and try, because the books are there and they're not insane garbage.
Sometimes I really think they just write it to write things. I wanted to pick up on something though.
I'm out of focus.
This idea
Fuck me.
of leotards.
This is so fucking angry. The other one was angering in like the sense of like, those guys are never going to be on my side of anything. Those are not people who, push came to shove, they are not going to be at my back. These guys, by all understandings of things. Should be. And it's more angering because I don't believe they would. Fake commies are the worst.
That he's opposed to, or he's incredulous towards, all meta-narratives. He basically writes off all grand theory.
No, he's saying that people have written them off and that the incredulity towards meta-narratives that exist is the postmodern condition. This is the same thing. If you remember Michael Burns, and again, embarrassing given that he actually studied this underneath one of the guys who like really understood this. Jameson isn't saying like this is postmodernism and we can avoid it. Their whole point was to actually be talking about and assessing the postmodern condition, which is the condition of late stage capitalism, the cultural logic that exists. That's the entire thing Jameson's doing. That's the entire thing all these guys were doing, was talking about this weird logic that exists at the end of capitalism. They aren't saying like in some, like again, because to these guys, communism is this fantasy ideological, like idealized utopia, because they're not real Marxists. They probably don't even read Marx. I mean, honestly, they're, you know, the type. So they're, postmodernism, also this idealized thing. We're communists, they're postmodernists. So let's equate the two. That's all they're doing. And it's just a child brain.
Isn't saying that in of itself a grand theory?
We are watching Tankies again, Malaton, the worst kind.
If you say you're opposed to all grand theories, that's a statement which is really a grand theory. If you say they're all wrong, then that's quite a big statement.
And we're saying that people have a general cultural incredulity to them. And if you can show me otherwise, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. You know, in the history of philosophy, there's always been a proud tradition amongst the greatest philosophers, whether they have, you know, regardless of how right or wrong they've been. Some of them have made some big mistakes. But there's been a tradition in philosophy of attempting to have a coherent philosophy. But in postmodernism, you raise incoherence to a principle.
I'm actually going to just agree with that, but he doesn't know that he's right. What he's saying is wrong. He says that the philosophy itself is necessarily incoherent, so you're raising the chaos to that. I would say, yes, the whole point is to bring chaos into the discussion and an understanding of how we pull things from it. I mean, again, I just finished another reading of Genesis from Michel Serres, which is brilliant about that. But this is like baby-brained garbage. Again, Lyotard is not being prescriptive, okay? He's not saying we should reject meta-narratives. That is not what he's saying. He's making a diagnostic understanding claim. He's talking about, hey, narratives have lost their fucking power. What are we going to use instead? That's the point. The word tanky is overused to make an actual substantive argument dumbfuck. I have been the whole time. And again, I'll call him a tanky. It was a joke. I was responding to someone in chat. Are you really that childish? You're fun. You're fun.
Which goes to make it completely...
Are you one of these stupid people? That'd be cool.
Absurd. As you say, they make a grand theory that no other grand theory is correct. That's basically what they say. No one else is right except us. And because we say so. Not because we don't attempt to prove it. We're the only ones who are right.
I mean, they wrote extensively building out their understanding of it. But again, they aren't saying that meta-narratives have no value. In fact, they all generally write about how powerful they were when they were working, but they're not working. That's what Lyotard's point is, and the rest of them. It's really painful. This is like, again, the Jordan Peterson right-wing reactionary brain just can't stop it.
Because we say that everyone else is wrong. You know?
But none of them do that. Not a single one of them say everyone else is wrong. None of them make that point. None of them. None of them. I've read the books. They don't say that. Because again, that would be, a meta-narrative, you fucking morons.
Everyone
else is wrong but me would be, it's amazing.
They talk about, this idea that everything is subjective. And we can't possibly talk about universal patterns, lawfulness, anything that unifies different parts of the world, any recurring patterns. But sure,
you don't know what it is. You have no concept what it is. It's okay, stupid. You're clearly not really there.
That would also mean that we can't really expect anyone to really understand each other, right?
That's literally none of these thinkers at all. None of them. Derrida, like, I could make an argument that gets close to this, but even he would be like, that's not how it works. Like, fundamentally, none of the thinkers say this. It's really embarrassing. Like, do all these guys know that these guys, like, all gave lectures and they wrote books so other people could understand them, and then they critiqued other people and they had discussions and ideas, which meant that, again, it's just the way that they're saying this is demonstrably, hilariously stupid.
Everything is subjective. If there's no recurring patterns, then how do we even understand each other? How do we pass on? How do we communicate things? Because surely what you're experiencing is different than what I'm experiencing.
Boy, I wonder if any of them wrote a book like that. You care more about abstract philosophy than leftist goals. Well, that's not true. That's just not true at all. And again, you don't know what, and again, a leftist goal, like Mother Russia. Is that what you're doing?
And both perspectives.
Even then, asserting relativism about a given thing isn't self-contradictory. Skepticism of meta-narratives does not imply a lawful course of historical event. It's really wild. Yeah, it's serious. It's a fair point. This is just wild. Stephen Hicks to Jordan Peterson to these guys. It's not far off.
Are equally true. So we're basically locked into our own little worlds. We have no communication with each other. And then that goes to show, why then are you writing these books? First of all,
maybe you should read them.
Well, you weren't supposed to write any meta-narratives. That's oppressive, but you do that anyway. But then why do you do it?
Well, that's not even true. Amazing. Like, just tossing that out.
But if you can't really make sure, if you can't really secure or guarantee that it's understood or accepted on the other side. And what if the other side has a meta-narrative as their narrative? Why is that then wrong? It just doesn't really make sense.
And I want to come back to this question of language. Something else that is worth saying, quite a lot of people in the postmodern tradition, they came out of fields of linguistics, of semiotics, people like Roland Barthes in the 50s and Derrida in the 60s. And because that was...
I named two. That's all of them.
Their field, the study of language and the study of signs and symbology, they sort of extended that to actually a grand narrative, actually a meta-narrative of how...
I mean, again, the words have lost all meaning to them at this point. Well done, communists.
All of society and truth works. But there's a couple of dimensions to this issue of language, which we'll deal with in a few different ways. But the impossibility of understanding these people, like the completely baffling way they write, some of them say that that's a matter of principle. And I have an example. Judith Butler is kind of the main figure in queer theory. Queer theory is an offshoot of postmodernism.
Oh, no.
Has a very subjectivist position, arguing that all gender and sexual characteristics are basically performances, that we just perform them. We learn them, we perform them, and we could just perform differently if we wanted. That's the crux of it. And she wrote a book called Gender Trouble in 1990.
And she writes about how she's purposely, performatively writing about difficult things in a difficult way as part of it. This is Jordan Peterson made this. This is literally, these guys just watched like 2 Jordan Peterson videos, or some idiot who watches too much Jordan Peterson. Like, that's just all this is. Because he's going to say that, oh, it's performativity, but you didn't do anything, which is the Jordan Peterson line. He's going to say that. Like, this is embarrassing as shit. That's what you're going to pull out? Fuck.
Which is sort of...
You could go right to jargony bullshit with Deleuze, and you could have a point there. And I would probably be begrudgingly having to give you a point. Hey, these guys use complicated language. And I would say, look, I believe there's reason for it, but I get it. It's obtuse intentionally and trying to create new language. And that's not for everyone. You could have a point there. You're not going to do that. You're going to make a fucking stupid point, and I already know how I'm going to respond, and it's embarrassing.
Seen as the foundational text of queer theory, and she wrote a preface to a new edition in 1999, which responded to criticism that her writing was completely impenetrable. And she says the following: "Neither grammar nor style are politically neutral. Learning the rules that govern intelligible speech is an inculcation into normalized language, where the price of not conforming is the loss of intelligibility itself. Formulations that twist grammar, although implicitly call into question the subject..."
By the way, so what she's saying here is that normalized grammar naturalizes particular power situations. That's what the preface is. People got on her because she was using a lot of crazy fucking language. And she was like, look, if I used normative language, I would be rebuilding the exact power relations I'm trying to disrupt. And by writing the way that I am disrupting things that enable us to be able to see that those relations are now visible. You don't have to agree with her. Fine. But I mean, I agree with her. I think if anything, again, I already know what they're going to say. They're going to say the Jordan Peterson line, which is embarrassing that they're going to do this. But she didn't do anything.
Verb requirements of propositional sense are clearly irritating for some. Yeah, no question. They produce more work for their readers, and sometimes their readers are offended by such demands. Are those who are offended making a legitimate request for plain speaking, or does their complaint emerge from a consumer expectation of intellectual life? Basically what she's saying is, I'm impossible to read on purpose because that's a radical act. I refuse.
Yes, because the normative way to utilize gender and the way to talk about gender recreates the very power structures and the issues she is trying to critique, and she's making them visible by how she wrote. Again, I don't even think Judith Butler's that great. I think she's fine, but it's an incredibly interesting thing to have done, and it's been transformative across multiple fields. It's such a stupid fucking thing to critique.
Using to submit to oppressive norms of grammar and sentence structure. I am resisting.
Cute joke, but again, look at the guy who's not doing the class thing. Good job. Fucking, like, these communists are the fucking communists in the UK, man. I don't know how you people do it. I would just be so fucking angry all the time.
Your meta-narrative. I'm resisting this oppressive system. I mean,
I'm surprised you could understand that because you weren't supposed to.
Do you know who else did that? Marx did that. Marx did exactly that. But he was shit on at the time for writing in the way he did, because he was writing about ways that business didn't like to be talked about, or industry didn't like to be talked about. The way that capital and money aren't quite the same thing. Oh, commodity currency? Oh my God, industrial currency? What's the, oh my God, why are you bringing apart such weird language, you stupid fucking assholes? Bunch of assholes. What a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, exactly. So there we are. I'm oppressing myself by insisting on understanding this.
No, you're mocking other people out of your own ignorance and not realizing that there is solidarity to be had, you stupid fucking asshole.
I mean, what do we make of this? What can you say about this?
I just said it, you stupid shit.
Well, I don't know, really. I have to
Yeah, that's clear too.
I have to say, I mean, the point to make, there is a question of language. Does language change things? But the point to make about Judith Butler is that she has changed absolutely nothing. Her ideas have changed absolutely nothing.
This is absolutely wrong. Absolutely fucking wrong. Absolutely fucking wrong. The very way that we handle legal protections in this country is born purely off of that. UK too, by the way, how we talk about gender and how laws have been degendered, and it's one of the reasons that they have, is literally Judith Butler. So fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, you liar. That's just one example. But the idea that, like, I don't have to give more. She's had no effect except for all the ways that law has been written for the last 20 fucking years. Dickhead. Medical practices. How about medical practices? Shifting to degendering that so that way we can be talking about, you know, the parts of the body rather than just saying, look, women can handle pain. Bitches deserve that shit. Man up. That shit, tossed aside. Judith Butler did that. You fucking morons. I bet you want to know the worst part about this? I guarantee you, if you go watch as they talk about like women's rights inside of communism, that they expressly utilize the same language that Judith Butler pushed for, that they do the same exact thing because they're trying to impress women because they want to get laid. Like, that's how pathetic this is, but they're going to do the same absolute performative thing. It is brutal.
Nothing. And
yeah, Gender Trouble has tens of thousands of citations, and that's probably shooting low. It's absolutely one of the most transformative books when it comes to how we talk, maybe in the last 30, 40 years. It's a significantly important book. It's a fucking joke. That's a joke to say.
And I think this is kind of raising her own. The problem is she presents these, she overcomplicates her ideas in order to sell them. And then
if you're having trouble with Judith Butler, buddy, I hate to break it to you. Foucault ain't going to go well for you.
She's just justifying it. As you said, there's an industry.
Foucault ain't going to go well.
Throwing out this kind of verbal diarrhea. And
it's not verbal diarrhea, it's just wild.
That's what she's justifying there.
Surely, for an anti-Butlerian, complaining about everything you dislike about queer theory demonstrates Butler did things. That is actually very spot on. It's a very, very spot on way to put it. It's embarrassing. This is just so embarrassing. I think doing a shitty podcast for 1,000 views on YouTube is more influential than Butler's. I mean, these guys are very influential, and they have 14,000 views, by the way, on this. So they're beating my regular shit, and this is because it's hating postmodernism. I guarantee you, like, it's like comments are like all, every week we discuss, people are coming. My understanding of the subject is that liberalism needs subjectivity. Oh, God.
Yeah, and it's a point that...
Do you think Marx did what he did to sell books? I mean, Marx had a sugar daddy, so, I mean, and good for him.
It's picked up by Foucault, by Michel Foucault, who you mentioned earlier, who is...
Wait, what?
Find them.
Yeah, and it's a point that's picked up...
I can't. Wait. Did you hear this? Okay. He's saying Judith Butler's point was later picked up by Michel Foucault. Does anyone know what might be wrong with that? Does anyone want to help me diagnose why Foucault probably didn't pick up Judith Butler's point? Anyone want to let me know what might be an error there? Huh? Just asking.
Diarrhea. And that's what she's justifying there.
Yeah, and it's a point that's picked up by Foucault, by Michel Foucault, who you mentioned earlier, who is, I think, probably the most famous and, for lack of a better word, important postmodernist. He was a French philosopher, wrote a lot of his work between the 60s and 80s. And he, as you say, had...
Which is weird because, like, that's before.
This theory which centers on power, which he talked...
Yeah, no, exactly. Nietzsche got his stuff from Klosowski. Bergson picked up his shit from Deleuze. Bataille picked up his shit from me.
Talks about in terms of the control of knowledge, but he also talks a lot about language, talks about the way that the powers that be construct our understanding of what's good, what's bad, what's sane, what's insane, in terms of the way we get to talk about it. So, for example, he writes in one of his texts about the way that, as he puts it, human beings are made subjects. So basically the way that people are oppressed, right? He says that...
Okay. Okay, let's try. Let's try.
He's developing a mode of inquiry which looks into the objectivizing of the subject, the speaking subject, in grammaire generale. So,
is he reading Wikipedia?
General grammar, philology, and linguistics. He says the subject is either divided inside himself or divided from others. The process objectifies him. Examples are the mad and the sane, the sick and the healthy, the criminals and the good boys. So basically, what he's suggesting is that the way that power, which he defines very, very, very generally and broadly...
That's not true. That's... Okay. Let's see if he gets it right. So Foucault, in the book, is talking about this really weird way that institutions and the practices built into institutions create divisions. That power, which is impulsive through institutions, right? Institutional practices and how practices inside of that happen. The mad and sane, sick and healthy, these divisions are given to us through this institutional practice, through the asylum, through the hospital, through guards and prisoners, or prisoners and convicts. I can't remember exactly what it was. All these institutions themselves have their own material history, their own architecture, their own design and development, their own daily routines. The way that infrastructure and bureaucracy function inside of them is each different. It's an exceptionally materialist understanding that the divisions are created not by a person choosing, but instead by the way that an institution determines who you are through these practices at large, and that really it isn't a person making that choice at all. All right. Syria says, guarantee they're going to say Foucault thought that power suppresses subjects when his point is literally that subjects are created this way. I'm going to bet that they're going to just say that. I bet you they're going to actually just personalize it and say that it's someone that someone says that they're good or bad. That he's going to personalize it. It's the Jordan Peterson thing again. Same shit we just saw. It's the way it works. It's fucking awful. Oh, what did I miss? Lord of Three. What did I miss? These commies are, oh, that's terrible. Yeah. And, we're also gonna, you go away forever. Very nice.
Almost something which exclusively divides us, something which is a barrier between ourselves and others and ourselves and the world. But is that true? Is the mind always a barrier or an obstacle to the world?
Yes, well,
I don't even know what book he's talking about. What? That wasn't even related to anything. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Learn sometimes through painful experience about the general principle that it's hot, but we also learn that it can be useful. And then we can apply that knowledge with all subsequent instances of fire in order to help us cook, in order to help us build combustion engines, in order to help us build society and civilization. Something else I wanted to talk about, not in relation to any one of these people, but kind of common across all of them. Some general thing.
You can never describe Hegel.
One sec. What happened? Did I click wrong? I did. I did click wrong. Jesus. I clicked somewhere, jumped ahead.
And in the meantime, who
into it in his mind, and that will pull out the truth. So every book was a different. What he's suggesting is that the way that power by object is either divided inside himself.
I did skip ahead by accident. Sorry. We were dealing with the, I don't know, reactionary right-winger. Shocking.
Or divided from others. The process objectifies him. Examples are the mad and the sane, the sick and the healthy, the criminals and the good boys. So basically, what he's suggesting is that the way that power, which he defines very, very, very generally and broadly, works on people is someone somewhere chooses what's good and bad, what's right and wrong, what's true and false, creates language around it, systems of language.
Jews in a cave.
Around it that he calls epistemes, and then we learn those, and that turns us into subjects.
That's just the worst reading of Foucault I've ever had. Jordan Peterson did better. Just fucking like hold a pipe and say it's not a pipe and pretend that you're Magritte and you'd be way better. That's crazy.
Into slaves. It turns us into...
That's just like, that's worse than a reading than I thought it was going to be.
Oppressed beings, subject to somebody else's language and systems of...
I should have had less faith. It's worse than I thought.
Power. And the logic that flows from that is the way that we resist is to just talk about things differently.
I don't even... That's not... That's embarrassing.
To talk about and think about things differently. To
make money from this? I mean, I probably pull like, I don't have a lot of views or anything. I probably pull $300 a month-ish, $350. They have 4 times my subscriber and they have a lot more views than me. So chances are they make enough. For sure. I'd probably be pretty comfortable making what they'd make. Every time you stream, you cause me to have brain aneurysm. We're not going to do the Bannon-Epstein thing. I watched it. It's the only thing that's interesting about it is it shows how good of a bullshitter Jeffrey Epstein is and how stupid Steve Bannon was. That's it. Because they're both stupid and they're both really dumb, but they're good bullshitters. They're both con artists. That's why they do well with each other. And you can see it and they're very bad at it because it's unedited. So it's really interesting. But other than that,
to break away from these systems of control through language. So is that true? Do we change things by changing language? If we talk about things differently, does that change the thing?
Hey, let me talk about Foucault in a way that he never does. Let me misunderstand Parisia and all the other things. Just say is talking differently makes change and just fundamentally misunderstand all of it. Is that cool? No, that seems stupid. See, Foucault's dummy. I'm smart.
Yeah, this flows from the original kind of premise of postmodernism, that it is not the objective world and objective human relations that are oppressive, but it is the way that we interpret them. And so for Foucault, power, it's difficult to know what he actually means about power.
It is really not that difficult, dude. Dude. It really isn't that difficult, actually. Like, again, if you had trouble with Judith Butler, I get why power is giving you a lot of trouble. But it's a pretty easy concept as far as these guys go. Fucking embarrassing.
Power, I don't even think he knows what he means about power. And as far as I understand, he put forward a new theory every book he wrote, and there was no...
It's just as I said, that language is in material force. Oh, no, these are not materialists. These are idealists. Again, Foucault is exceptionally materialist, probably way more materialist than anything these guys understand of what materialism is. The material analysis that they're making fun of, where he's talking about the functional way that the bureaucracy in modern capitalism inside of these things puts nobody in charge, that instead the architecture, structure, and history of these units, a jail, the warden isn't in charge of a jail. That's not what it is. The jail's kind of a thing itself. It's really an interesting idea. And Deleuze actually takes it and runs with it in Archiviste, the book he wrote on Foucault, because of his encounter with Guattari and Guattari's sort of taking on mapping, diagrammatics. Deleuze, like they did some amazing things with it. But this is incredibly stupid and childish. These guys should not be allowed to talk to people. The internet was a fundamental mistake, and I cannot wait for AI to simply subsume all of this.
He proudly proclaimed that there was no consistency in his theory.
Yeah, he wrote entire histories where he said he was doing an archaeological method, where rather than actually looking at sources, he just think about a thing enough and dig into it in his mind, and that will pull out the truth. So
That's not what he meant. And by the way, Marx would have a few words for you if you don't think that's very materialist. I love how Harahan's description of Foucault is so bad. Guy had no idea what to say. You can see he's just improvising. I'm with you. Like it's like, again, they're just awful.
Every book was a different theory.
Didn't dig very far though. But the point is, you don't look at the real relations in society. Now, it is true that obviously a lot of the, how do you say, the class.
I am just them making fun of Foucault for his work when he was studying hospitals, clinics, and prisons. Foucault did exactly what Marx did. Exactly what Marx did. He spent years studying receipts and forms and things submitted here and pay stubs and internal reports of all of these things to build his system. That's all Marx did. That's what Marx did. Same thing. Like, it's not about just thinking about things. Again, these guys are just mocking things because they're too stupid to spend time with it. And it's dangerous for their personal, like, investments in their own stupid communist ideals. Again, UK communism. Good work, guys. You're doing a good job over there. We're having a fun time.
Yes. A lot of the ills of class society and oppression and so on is reflected in language, is reflected in the way that we talk about things. But it is wrong to say that changing that language will actually change anything. That's the thing we see, you know, with
Then why are you so mad and wanting him to change his language?
political correctness. There's a hyper focus on political correctness.
If changing language doesn't change anything, why do you care? If it doesn't do anything, why do you care?
Oh,
how is any of this doing damage? If the language we use for things doesn't do any damage, why do you care? Why do you keep saying how this is dangerous for the fucking class struggle? Maybe because you're full of shit.
Can't possibly say this because that's disrespectful. Okay, well, no, we don't want to be disrespectful to anyone. There's no need for that. But this hyper focus to strike down on any wrong words used or misused, instead of focusing on what is actually going on, is actually diverting the attention. And it doesn't really...
Wait. Saying you should say these things instead of these other things diverts attention and therefore has material impact. Way to undermine yourself, dum-dum. Symbolic logic is important. Logic is important. Learn how to think. Words are good.
Really change anything. It creates the illusion that you change something, but it doesn't really change anything. Now, for example, we talked about this before. You have to. I mean, we're not in any way in favor of misogynistic or racist language.
Why not? It clearly doesn't do anything. Just say the N-word. You know you want to.
Just put it there. Of course, we oppose that. But
talk about the bitches. Come on. You know you want to. Language doesn't matter. Come on, guys. Put your money where your mouth is. Just come on. Clearly, these words don't matter. Words don't matter.
But changing that language and talking about it differently doesn't change anything in relation to racism or misogyny. Where does women's oppression come from? Women's oppression did not come from some people starting to talk in a how do you say condescending.
Yes, ridicule, exactly. They are letting us know that their entire podcast doesn't matter and they'll never have an impact on anything because clearly
way about women it started from the early rise of class society, which through
that's not true. It's just not true. That's Jesus Christ.
Peculiar, course of development relegated women to a oppressed class. You can
wait. Wait, what? Sorry, I was assuming he was saying a class society of the bourgeois proletariat. But if he's saying that women were just an oppressed class because of their sexuality or their sex in... So they agree with Judith Butler. That's good. See, they agree with Judith Butler. There you go.
You can say it was the first class. In a way, women were the first class.
Women were the first class.
that relationship was then compounded and emphasized throughout all of class society, throughout the history of class society. All of the propertied classes perpetuated that. And it's become a deep-seated prejudice in all of society, promoted by all of the ruling classes. Right?
Jesus Christ.
And they use that division, the division between men and women, working class men and women in particular, is used politically as a way to divert the struggle against women's oppression, but it's also divert the class struggle as a whole against the ruling class, right? And there's a whole history behind that. And it's the understanding of that history.
Foucault has a lot of work in his. He writes and names a huge amount of Marxist anthropology. Judith Butler, huge amount of Marxist anthropology. Name one, asshole. One Marxist anthropologist. One.
History that leads us to understand that it's only by changing the underlying structures which keep that oppression intact, which is what? Which is class society. By overthrowing.
You know, this is the reason that a lot of these guys in the postmodern group that they're critiquing stepped far away from this idea of class in this way. That all you have to do is just get rid of the class in society. Okay, how do you do that? As a Harry Potter spell with the wand, it's like Classicus Nomicus, and then it goes away. But no one knows the spell, so we can't say it. That's all they've got. It's just don't have a class. Thank you. How good of you.
In class society, we can begin to free humanity from the shackles of women's oppression. You can change your words as much as we want. And yes, we're always in favor of the highest form of equality and the highest form of respect in language between all human beings.
What are you talking about, Thomas? Women were not oppressed in Soviet Union. Soviet Union was a wonderful place where all of us always had all we could to eat and everyone was purely equal and all races and children and everyone lived in harmony and happiness forever and ever. And it's a lie to say otherwise, the CIA put in your brain.
Of course, it would be stupid to deny to oppose that. But this idea that you can change reality and you can and this hyper focus on the political correctness, it actually.
So, my favorite thing. I need to work on my Russian accent. I've stopped doing a hard Russian accent because I had a handful of people said it was offensive, which is fair because it's mostly Yakov Smirnov from the 80s. An easy question to ask is, if there are two communist countries that are communist and they share a border, why? That's my first question I always like to ask. I'm always curious, like what reasons people give for China and Russia needing, because they're communist. Why do they need a border? It's a worthwhile, interesting response. You never get a good one. You never get the right one, which is that they weren't communist. But it's always interesting because the mental gymnastics you have to do in order to stay and say that they're both communist countries that had a legal border separating their governments, there's no answer that's good for them. It's always interesting. Always interesting. Like the PRC, like the DPRK, like Vietnam. Yes, correct. They never achieved real communism. Yeah, it ends up being that. But again, then why couldn't they still collapse their borders, even though they were them against the world, combine everything? Oh, that's right. They fucking hated each other racially.
It distorts that struggle and it diverts attention away from that struggle. And it becomes a struggle between men and women, between ordinary people, between the oppressed, about which language to use, who is the most oppressed, and in the meantime, who remains safely in power? It's the rulers themselves. And there's also this idea that we can, as individuals, we can cleanse ourselves from the ills and wounds of capitalism, right? Once we cleanse ourselves,
Literally, the project of Foucault, Deleuze, Derrida, all of these guys, Lyotard and all of them, explicitly is that the ills of the social world are the place where oppression happens, and that it isn't about self-soothing or working on oneself. That's the lie of the capitalist machine. It's literally what Anti-Oedipus is about. You fucking wacko.
We become these whole humans raised up above all of the ills of class society. Then we can begin to change the world.
Someone told me once that North Korea has open borders. Your body is free to pass through.
Because if God forbid, we go into changing the world with prejudices that this class society has given us, but that's not how it works. We can, the way to get rid of those prejudices is precisely to change the world we live in, to change the conditions that create this dead weight of tradition. Once we change those,
like for example, the tradition of, and the way that, I don't know, the bureaucracy at a prison or a hospital or a mental hospital would handle itself, and that kind of bureaucratic historical reality that fundamentally needs to be undone in order for those things to become places of emancipation. God, that's a really interesting idea, dumb one. I wonder if anyone ever wrote that fucking book. I can't think of anyone who might have read it, but it might have been Foucault.
Those conditions, then the traditions can be
motherfucker.
And also, I would say this: all experience shows that it's in real life action that men as in mankind, human beings, men and women, change. You know, a few years ago, I was, actually many years ago, I was visiting in Denmark. I was visiting there was an exhibition in a museum reminiscing or
I'm not going to comment on it, but there's an interesting moment there.
A strike of some women workers. They were.
Is he about to tell us how a piece of art? Oh my God. When people don't, like, again, the reason that a lot of these thinkers are interesting is that what they are trying to teach and what they're trying to show us is that this is the behavior of people whether they want to or not. This person is wholly rejecting Foucault, apparently. And then he's going to talk about that real action is important, not just talking about things, not just blah, blah, blah. So he went to a museum with an exhibition on art.
They painted this porcelain. Is a very fancy Danish porcelain factory, and the Royal Porcelain something, and they were the painters of that.
Okay.
In the 70s, and they realized the women there who were doing all these incredibly beautiful paintings, they realized that they were paid much less than the women.
The men.
The men. They went on a massive strike.
Is he saying he was moved by the words someone told him? Is he genuinely displaying exactly what Foucault was talking about? This is art.
6-week strike, which is it's an incredible thing. And they would organize marches, they would organize solidarity collections, then they would draw their paintings on their kind of drawings on these paper plates that they would sell all over Denmark in the tens of thousands to collect money for this strike. They would get solidarity from all over the country, and what was their demand? Equal pay, right? And they brought out the men as well.
Dude,
the bosses were clearly trying to divide here the men and women.
Dude,
the men were paid a little bit more.
Dude,
so and they kind of the bosses were trying to create a situation where they believed that they had opposing interests to the women workers. but actually through this mass action and through bringing in the men and
all right. He has clearly been affected by the story someone told him within a museum. This is he's performatively doing Foucault. I can't do it. I can't. This is amazing. Oh my God. 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 Yeah, Sirius just having the same melody. He's literally using an art protest to try and say symbolic acts don't matter. It's beautiful. Because again, they don't care. They're reactionaries. They're fascists. I mean, they're British.
Unifying in this action, they actually won. It's a huge strike. It's a huge victory for these women. And I was talking to them. I went there with one of the comrades back then. We interviewed them. And what was interesting, we said, so what was the thing that you got out of?
I wonder why you would interview someone like that. I mean, their story is just words.
Of it the most. And she said, the biggest achievement was that we changed through that struggle. They learned that they were equal. And not only they changed, but also the men changed. And these struggles formed a very fundamental role in changing the gender roles in Danish society, in the Danish working class. Of course, there's still women's oppression because we still have capitalism, and the conditions that create that kind of oppression has not disappeared. But that shows you what actually changes the relationship between people and the words that they use.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the inverse of that famous Shakespeare quote. You could say that an injustice by any name would smell just as rotten. Like, you can call it whatever you like, but unless you actually engage in a struggle to change the world and to change your own position in the world.
Yeah, I mean, serious. It'd be easier to organize with men if men weren't talking about bitches and broads. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like language matters. I wonder if that guy on the left there would be cool with guy on the right here using a handful of slurs for his race, or vice versa. But I'm sure they would look past that because they're just words.
Then your mind is going to be constrained by a society that has need of these reactionary ideologies. The ruling class uses these ideas. They're very useful, and they're deeply ingrained, as you were saying.
Wait. Okay. He just said that the ruling class utilizes these ideas to control. That's literally Judith Butler's literal point in the opening he quoted. That's like magic to do this shitty on this. To do this in this way is Andy Kaufman level self-reporting.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk about another important postmodernist, Jacques Derrida, who...
Uh-oh. I'm not as strong with my Derrida, just letting you know. I mean, I know he's going to be wrong on it, but I'll just let you know. Derrida's not my strongest suit. He's good. He's not great. Not my favorite, but...
has a concept which very superficially sounds a little bit similar to what we might call dialectics. And in fact, he puts it in contradiction. He puts it in contrast with Hegelian dialectics, which he says is wrong. It's this concept of difference, not difference with an A, not difference with an E, difference with an A. And he's like 4 paragraphs in his famous essay where he talks about the A. The long and...
Okay. Philosophies of difference are really fascinating. And they're specifically anti-dialectical because that's what the attempt is. Dialectic tends to be born of a negative, be born of identity first. Difference as ontological center shifts how that functions. Deleuze has his way. We're not talking about that. Derrida's is a bit different. Difference and difference, which is kind of 2 parts of a thing. Derrida's very complex, and it's not easy in English to talk about. Hi, I'm late. Sorry. How is a private collective of companies controlling the state the same as its inverse? I don't know what you're even asking. Who are you talking to? I don't even know who you're talking to. You don't know this. You haven't been watching at all, and you don't know this channel, maybe. Anyway, difference is a shift from difference. It's a combination of differing, like to the difference of things. It differs. It's a differ, but also to defer. Thus, the fun play on French, differ and defer. That's why difference, there's minor as a thing. But to defer something is ultimately to sort of have meaning that's constituted through the differences at play that never actually becomes present to itself, fundamentally. Just got here. Nice to meet you. That's great. Wonderful. Join the conversation. The thing he's playing with ultimately is playing with how signification sort of operates. Again, he comes through semiotics through Saussure, which is different than, again, Deleuze, who really plays into the Yomslevian sort of take on things. So again, I'm not super strong on this, but this is, for him, the reason that difference and the play of Hegel's or Marxist dialectic, the dialectic is about synthesizing into a larger unity, but that's never the play with Derrida, fundamentally, at any point, right? Like, you're following me? Difference names the thing that resists incorporation. It brings it front and center, but it doesn't really give it intelligibility in a full way. It's really tough, and it's basically the limit of the dialectic. Fundamentally, it's the limit of the dialectic. There are people who've tarried with Derrida, and I think they've done some decent jobs with it. Derrida and Hegel and Marx, actually, through Catherine Malibu. I want to say Malibu has done a really, really nice job with that. Handful of others. It's not a uncommon thing to play together. But yeah.
Short is he thinks.
Also, doesn't difference itself come from Hippolyte? It's a whole conversation. As I understand it, fascists and commies are different. They're not different. Sorry, I hate to tell you that, Lurley. Generally speaking, commies, tankies, are people who are fascists of a different style, who, to put it in the words you were using, they like the idea of there being a singular state or whatever fantasy world they have, but mostly because they want to be in control versus the fascists. Well, the fascists want to be in control versus the communists, but they don't actually give a fuck. Neither side really gives a fuck about any individuality, any person, any growth, any emancipatory politics. They're both oppressive bullshit regimes, ultimately. And there are other ways.
That language, starting points, but also everything else as a consequence is made up of binaries, like binary systems, binary oppositions. So man, woman, good.
Literally, as I just described it, it's not about the binary. This is incorrect. It's incorrect.
Bad. Like we've been saying.
It's not the same. Red is a better color. Russian flag, Nazi flag, both bright red. You tell me.
And he says that
red is the color of blood in the soil. It's they all push towards the same shit. It's all the same shit.
These binaries are inherently oppressive because always one is lesser. Always one is subject to the other. So women are subjugated by men. Black is subjugated by whites, so on and so on. You get the idea.
This is absolutely not Derrida.
And what he is trying to draw out, he says, is the difference, is the unique identity of the thing that exists constrained by those binaries. So he compares his system with Hegelian dialectics, and he writes, I'll quote directly, contrary to the metaphysical, dialectical, and Hegelian interpretation of the economic movement of difference, we must admit a game where whoever loses wins and where one wins and loses each time. I can't really interpret that usefully, but basically what I think he's getting.
The nature of the synthesis, the Hegelian synthesis, the dialectic. So I would say this was Marxist too. is that necessarily in the synthesis, something is left out. Something is the little annoying little shit on the roof of your mouth that never quite heals. It never quite gets covered over. Like, there is resistance to incorporation necessarily.
And loses each time. I can't really interpret that usefully, but basically what I think he's getting at,
it's not that, again, it's tough, but it's not that fucking hard, dude.
Is in his view, someone is always losing as a consequence of these binary oppositions. And what we need to do is deconstruct them. What we need to do is pull apart these binaries and free the unique particular thing, which sounds like an attack on what, or a rejection.
People who think the state should rule over corporations is not the same as those who think state and corporations for Marx, ultimate, like literally, that's the thing. They go together. One builds the other builds the other. That's how it works. That's how they run. That's fundamental Marxist communist theory that I think carries through very nicely. Go look at wherever you want. The necessity of the state, wherever that is part and parcel of it. These power infuses itself. The reason that we basically live in oligarchy in the US, like there's no reason for us to have a state except for all the reasons. They want to keep taking taxes. They want to completely fuck us, but they want to be able to make sure that they can bail out all the mistakes that the wealthy makes. That's what the state is being used for in the last 20 years. It's not being used to regulate the power of corporations at all. And vice versa. This is how these things work. They set up in that way, fundamentally.
Of what we would describe as the philosophy of identity, the relationship between the particular.
One sec, I just need to make sure someone's not writing really offensive shit in Russian. Angry, crazy Russian. Okay, let's find out what you wrote me. Grandpa Lenin was proto-fascist. Yeah. I mean, I think generally speaking, I like a lot of what Lenin said. But again, in his push better, generally speaking, the idea of the proletariat and the idea of that rule is different than where we ended up with Russian. Again, Stalin and everything that happened, Zizek, I think, puts it best. One of the great tragedies of the 20th century is the collapse of the USSR because communism and the ideas of it died with it. And all of the things that were done into that, it's worth studying and understanding. It's really fascinating, generally, but it's really fascinating to understand across the board.
Particular in the general. And you've talked about this in some depth. We had a podcast last season where we talked about the importance of theory, where you dealt with the question of the relationship between the individual.
How and in what way do you feel is the best way to fight against these two ideologies? Well, I think the thing not to do is to think of them as ideologies. Like that's the first mistake. When we talk about ideologies, the first presumption that goes with that is the idea that, hey, actually, did you know that there's a true way to understand things? If only you could be the one who actually understands, right? Right? That thing that happens with it, that's the challenge. We want to be able to sort of sidestep and not have that conversation where it's like, oh, I know the truth and you don't. What it is instead receding a little bit, understanding that the way that the ideas of things, what we call ideology, the representational space, the thing that falls back on us and somehow is able to dominate us and control us and push us into doing various things, to push these two guys and have them align with interests that probably aren't theirs or that they wouldn't state. That thing, that representational process is about getting back towards pushing an emergent understanding of growth rather than a determined and coercive and controlling version of growth. Different ways of understanding it. And it's not simple, but there's a lot of work to be done on it. They don't know the first damn thing about Derrida. If there was a unique thing there and pull it, like they're just making shit up with Derrida. Like Derrida's difficult. Derrida's a lot. But this is just nonsense. Just nonsense. And Max Stirner is Ayn Rand for people who hate women.
On the general, the particular in the general, But why is it that postmodernists seem to object to this?
Which is a joke if you know Ayn Rand. That's why it's funny.
Philosophy of identity.
Because she really hated women. Max Stirner is basically Ayn Rand. See, Lucia, thank you.
Well, I mean, just this question of difference, you know.
I do not talk about other languages because it's like unbelievable.
What Derrida, as far as I understand, I mean,
yes,
again,
which is not
one
much.
of the reasons why they obscure things, because then they're slippery and they're hard to pin.
My solution to ever decreasing utility of capitalism is manipulation of democratic functions is not a class conscious movement. No. But everyone's in the same class. Like capitalism has moved to the point where there's no such thing as a bourgeois and there's no such thing as where's the working class? Where's the proletariat? Is the proletariat the guy in the factory working for Tesla? Is he the illegal immigrant mowing lawns? Is he the engineer building Tesla's robots? Is he the guy who's working for Sam Altman doing AI shit? Yes, all of those. They're all heavily exploited by a very tiny minority of people who are investors. And people don't know this and they don't think about the level of what exploitation is. Because to me, if all you're going to say is that the proletariat is just the working class, you have a fundamentally broken view of any of this. Because Marx cared about exploitation. That's all he cared about. He didn't give a fuck about like the noble work of the person doing X, Y, and Z. He specifically talked about the opposite of that these machines free man, that these things free man, and it wasn't against industrial change. It was against industrial change utilizing capital as a method of extraction. That was the point. So if we're extracting all of it and we're moving all of that, separate it. Go out and change how you relate to any of this. Go change your local perception of things. Go out and get involved locally. Make things better for the people around you that you know. Get out of this internet space because you're not changing anything by being here. No one is. You're not going away, but it's true.
And down, they can always say, "Oh, that's not what I meant," because I put all these caveats in. And
actually, Derrida's work is really single-threaded. Like, you could say Deleuze made moves over his time. And I'd have to give you that. His shift from a more psychoanalytic view to schizoanalytic view to then post the time he worked with Guattari to the discussions they had, and the shift from the body of organs to the plane of consistency. Yes, you could make that argument for Deleuze. I don't see that for Derrida. I really don't. Derrida is pretty fucking bog standard and keeps his shit all the way through. It's not easy, but he doesn't change his shit. You're making stuff up here just to pretend like you've, again, seen it, or making excuses for your own ignorance. Childish. You don't want to be a Morlock. Well, that's easy. Then don't go not be one. That's it. That's all it takes, by the way. Just go and not be one.
This language is very, is binary or
non-binary.
If
any Derrida fans in the comments think that I got that wrong, then by all means,
it's very fuzzy. Anyway, but the idea is, look, they say meaning is deferred, right? There's no meaning in our language. If you look in a dictionary, every word is explained by other words. And then you look up those words and they're explained by other words, and so on and so forth. And you can go, there's an infinite regress, and you never get to the actual meaning of the true meaning of words. So there's no meaning, basically. The words are not tied to anything. And that sounds radical, but it's a very...
Like, Thomas, do you really think that Max Stirner debunked Feuerbach? Because he didn't. Well, Stirner was definitely not a commie, but he definitely didn't. I mean, he wasn't a very good philosopher, and he didn't really do a lot of really good work. Like, the idea of egoism for Stirner is just as abstract as everything he's mocking. So he's like a spook of himself. He's like a joke level philosopher. He's like a meme. He's a meme at best. It's really not great.
One-sided way of looking at things. It reduces language to a subjective, self-contained, and isolated thing, and it's a very crude division between the subjective and the objective. Because when we say man and woman, there's not just a language binary. That's the real binary. Because a big
dude, my 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 dude. That is fucking funny. Thank you.
The majority part of the animal kingdom consists of males and females. There's no.
Okay. So when you hear someone say man and woman, they're not just simply a binary, they're really a binary. And then you go on to use other words to describe them, you're making Derrida's point. Like, you literally are making Derrida's point, dude. Like, hey, man and woman, the binary, there's something between them that's actually left out, so there's no way to actually have a synthesis because there's something left out that you're not talking about. Yes, but male and female are everywhere. Well, actually, by switching language, you're kind of showing that there's something in man and woman that male-female doesn't cover, or you wouldn't have switched languages. Good job. Good job. Good job. Really, this is like grammatology basic shit. That's wild, man. Is this like a Trojan horse philosophy course? Like they do the thing to teach people about this stuff? Because that's crazy.
Better or worse, they're both equally necessary for the procreation
We're gonna
of species.
We're gonna get some pedants.
That literally isn't the thing. By the way, you're utilizing terms pretending those are the things. That's
To the comments saying, "Oh, what about protozoa and what about microbes, which are the majority?"
I said the majority. I didn't say. I didn't say at least the majority of multicellular.
There we go. There we
animals.
go.
Let's put it like that. And there's an evolutionary reason for the development of gender in animals, which
that's not gender. That's sex. You fucking moron. Like, you, how stupid? Like, evolutionary reason for gender in animals is such a spectacularly moronic sentence.
creates a much more stable multi-celled organisms, actually, and at the same time makes sure that there's enough genetic.
Sex is gender, though? I mean, they're not. We utilize them in different ways very particularly. I'm not saying it. I also, by the way, sex is also just as socially determined. But they're not the same thing. Sex and gender are not the same thing. Yes. Well, I mean, Cyrus beat me to it. If only there was a philosopher who talked about sex as a material effect of the gender law, which organizes heterosexual reproduction. Yes, they're not the same thing. They're productive of each other, right? So, like, they're not unrelated, but they're not. It's not the same thing.
Genetic, how do you say, mix to prevent inbreeding.
Yeah, not
right?
diversity.
So both a stabilizing and a diversifying force that creates
amazing
the preconditions for development as well as stability. But that.
Okay, I got a standing desk, by the way, as part of my setup. Which is, by the way, for me, a big fucking deal. If you didn't know, I'm fucking 6'5". So having a standing desk that works for me, pain in my ass. But this way, I don't sit for like 6 hours and have a deep vein thrombosis and die. I'd rather not die on stream. That's okay with you. Hopefully.
That binary is a real binary from the real world. It's not something that we created in our language. Now, it is true that in the culture, most culture, men and women are seen as unequal, right?
What?
The unequal. Men are seen as more worth than women. That's not from our language. That is the real conditions that's been created in the real world between men and women. Women are, as a general rule, more oppressed than men.
I really just, this is like, he's channeling Judith Butler right now. Like, he's just straight up, maybe he read Judith Butler and it, like, his front brain is like, you know, full of holes and like drooling on itself. But then the rest of his brain went, hey, this is good. I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to keep this with me. And then like the holes, all of the Judith Butler's like leaking out. That's my bet. Like osmosis brain. It's the only thing. In Russian, the biological gender, male, female, is almost never used. Biological distinction is applied almost exclusively to animals. Well, I mean, that used to be the case in English too. We just have a bunch of assholes these days. No one, like the idea, when I was growing, I'm an 80s, 90s kid. No one would say the males or look at the females. That's not a thing unless it was done as a joke, derogatorily, like calling them a bitch. Yeah, I mean, females, that kind of thing. That's most people. This is how non-shitheads utilize these terms.
For historical reasons that we briefly touched upon before. This has nothing to do with the way that we signify them. And that's again, we go back to this idea that
you just said
we just need to change our language. But binary oppositions exist in the real world. Nature.
Marx would fucking hate you. Do you know that? Like, do you know that Marx would fucking hate you for what you're saying right now? Like, Marx would fucking hate you. Marx would fucking hate you for saying that. Marx would fucking hate you, dude. Like, that's like the worst.
Is full of contradictions, and that is reflected in the language that we use. And our language is a reflection of the nature that we experience and that we...
Monty Python covered the trend. There's actually a handful. I just watched and offered something completely different yesterday. So you happen to catch me real low. You happen to nail me in a soft spot. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
Engage with. That's where the language comes from.
That's right. What Derrida would argue, I suppose, is that those binary oppositions don't exist in reality. I mean, he kind of denies objective reality because he says that nothing exists outside of the text, i.e. nothing exists outside of the way that we describe the world.
Exactly.
But therefore, he argues, we have total freedom to just reconstruct our reality by deconstructing the binaries that we've created by choice, presumably, or by habit.
Okay. This is going to be a second. And literally, you're wrong. Monty Python was very funny.
Denies objective reality because he says that nothing exists outside of the text.
That's okay. This is not how I view things, but this is my understanding of Derrida, and I would argue Lacan as well. Like a lot of people in this sort of general French critical theory version of things, Foucault as well. Derrida is not saying reality doesn't exist. When he says that there is nothing that isn't the text, effectively. Which is a complicated phrasing in a complicated book. Grammatology is not an easy read. But it's not to mean there's nothing beyond language. It's stating more of a like methodological claim, right? That there is no way to access something that is like a pure referent, a simplistic referent, outside of the textual mediation. Every referent, every reality is already caught up inside of, as he talked about them, differences and traces. It is not that rocks are not real. It's that they're already in the narrative web. More important matters at hand. How has my French language learning been going? It's passable. It's enough that I'm able to do a thing. It's not enough that I can do a thing without help. So I'm pretty happy with it. It's getting there.
I.e., nothing exists outside of the way that we describe the world.
No, again, you don't have the ability to talk about or discuss anything without it being part of that referent network of meaning that is part of saying it's Lacan wasn't saying that there's nothing that exists outside of language. He's saying that the real is something that is directly inaccessible, that by entering into language, mirror stage or other things, we have basically foreclosed the ability for us to directly deal with the world as it is.
Exactly.
But therefore, he argues, we have total freedom to just reconstruct our reality.
Yeah. That is not what he argues in any way.
The binaries that we've created by choice, presumably.
No.
By habit, maybe.
Yeah.
He never says that.
Yeah, go
Well,
on.
that's the thing.
You're lying.
Now we get to the original question you asked, the question of difference. Because this is a big one that goes through all of postmodern thinking, which is this idea that there's no general recurring patterns. Whatever patterns are there is just something that we made up. Like you say, there's nothing outside of the text.
I use the word foreclose a lot. Foreclose is an incredibly useful word when you're talking about a sort of psychic experience or the psyche and the way it works. We foreclose all the time. We don't think about it, but foreclosure is incredibly important to the way that we understand things.
Reality.
I'm not a deconstructionist. I don't know who thought that.
There's no objective reality. It's just how we define.
I mispronounced Foucault. Michael Foucault. Right? That's the author. They're mispronouncing Michael Foucault. I used to know Michael. Michael Foucault lived down the road, up the holler. That's the way it worked.
Reality. And whatever is there is infinitely different. So this is the thing that it's funny because I was reading Hegel recently, and this is a objection that was brought to Hegel even during his time about the philosophy of identity. What is identity? When we say, in philosophy, when we talk about identity, is things that are similar to one another can be put in the same category.
Yeah.
Right? Men. There's no two men who are alike or two women, but we have categories for men and women, which kind of roughly sums up what.
This is really bad. This is really bad. Now you're talking about my jam, by the way, because if you're going to talk about the philosophies of difference, that's my jam.
What we know to be from experience to be men and women.
Yeah, the common features.
What are the common features? Why don't you tell me how you understand the identity? Since you were just reading Hegel, how does Hegel define identity? You want to do that for me? You want to help me out here? No, you're not going to explain how identity works?
But what the postmodernists say is, we got you. You see? Look at all the men out there. Look at the two of us. We got George here sitting as our technician. 3 men. And
clearly they hate women.
Don't look anything alike. None of our
I don't know what you mean. Sorry.
None of us. Well, first of all, you have hair, so far at least, and
this is the worst way to explain identity and difference I've ever heard. This is really bad. This is not this at all.
And I don't.
Yeah, a bit more of reading this, and we'll see how much is left.
You see, they think they discover something really, really profound. Oh, everything is different. Everything is different. There's no identity. And Hegel makes the point. He said this is a crude version of looking at his theory, because what we as Marxists understand is that yes, everything isn't different. If everything is different, everything is in constant state of flux and coming into being, passing away. Nothing is stable in that sense, and yet in this extremely varied world that we live in, we do see similar patterns recur. and we can understand those patterns, and we can define those patterns, and we can understand the governing principles of those patterns. And that's what, when we talk about...
Okay. For Hegel, identity is the base, because differences between things are necessarily mediated by the primary concept. So when you say men and women, or men, what you're doing is you're moderating and mediating between these two dudes, the concept men. Even though it's differences, you're subsuming them to the identity. That is identity first. Philosophy of difference instead says, well, actually, no, the concept is actually subordinated to difference. Difference is actually the thing that comes first. The way that these things are set up is difference in itself. It isn't about subordinating to identity.
About mankind or
that's
whatever
really
we
weird.
try
It's
to,
weird.
or an animal or a fruit or whatever. No, there is actually an underlying, how do you say, an underlying governing principle.
Yes, the concept that mediates everything. That is the idea of identity for Hegel. But the concept comes later for Deleuze. Instead, the primary is actually difference, and the repetition of that and the difference between things enables us to have those. So, for example, when you see me right now you're seeing me again, but you're not. Not only is it a different Brooks because it's different frames and different pixels for you, but you're seeing me at different moments. The varied configuration and difference in that experience, whoever the fuck you are, whatever you're watching me on, the ever minute details of different from moment to moment to moment to moment that you subsume into this larger identity are actually momentary bits of difference. There's no same Brooks ever. There's no same experience of Brooks ever, but you subsume that repetition into a larger identity. That's Deleuze's argument. This is, again, they're just, man,
in those things that we can figure out and that we can that we can learn to understand by investigating those things.
God damn, this is awful.
That doesn't mean that every single man is the same or every single woman is the same. No, they're not. It's precisely the opposite. But in this extremely varied universe, we do see recurring patterns. So the philosophy of Marxism includes both identity and difference. But the
fuck you, dude.
Philosophy of postmodernism has only difference. Everything is...
Identity is still part of it, you shithead. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you not think that there's an identity in Deleuze and Derrida's work, you fucking moron?
It's just different. But what is pure difference? It's nothing. It's just one... In reality, if it's pure difference, then everything is the same, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
It's just one undifferentiated block of difference.
Yeah, it's like entropy almost.
That's
it's like the heat death of the universe. It's just
exactly
everything is just of equal truth, equal worth, equal correctness, equal falseness. It's without.
At that level, yes. I would love you to tell me how the heat death of the universe has varied truth. By definition, it can't. Do you understand the words you're using? Do you understand the words you use? Hey, when everything's the same, it's like everything's the same. I'm smart.
Content.
It's completely without pure difference. It's pure nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's just one homogeneous block of nothing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That is a much more dead and unnuanced reality. Whereas the Marxist and Hegel,
the virtual multiplicities that are everything is actually a much more vibrant materialist framework to understand things in and has a rich tapestry of meaning behind it. Eat shit.
Hegelian reality or form of viewing reality sees the world as a incredibly varied, nuanced world in constant upheaval, constant coming into being.
That's always synthesizing and leaving nothing out as it constantly charges forward. Yeah, very, very good. Also, by the way, Marx flipped Hegel on his head because he didn't even agree with Hegel. So pick one.
Passing away. And yes, with fundamental patterns recurring at higher and higher levels of complexity. Now,
less complexity. Things synthesize, less complexity. Less complexity.
This question of language, this touches the question Well, what is our words then? What are our words then? Is our words that particular? When I say man, is it man? It's not, but it is an approximation to that governing recurring pattern that exists within the phenomena that we know as men. And throughout human history, we refine and deepen our understanding of that particular pattern. So in that sense, the definition of a man or a dog or an apple or whatever is truer, is deeper than any individual apple that we can see. It doesn't mean that that's not a beautiful apple and it doesn't taste good, but it's a deeper form of truth, because it looks at certain relationships which are not immediately visible to the brain, to the eye. Sorry, and I think that's the difference. You see,
what?
The ability to make universals is a human ability. Although some animals can do it, some animals can generalize in a very rudimentary.
He's literally outlining Deleuze's argument here. So that's wild.
Yeah, like an animal that is a prey animal has to be able to generally recognize what's safe to chase and what isn't.
Exactly.
If you think animals understand safe and dangerous conceptually, we need to talk.
Some animals can go a little bit further, even learn things, crows or chimpanzees and stuff like that. But what distinguishes our ability is that we can actually, in our mind, we take that immediate thing that's right there in front of us, and then we can actually look at the abstract relations which causes it. There's there are relations in this world that we can't see or touch, but they are there as a result of the real objective world. They are real objective relations. But there's no matter to them. You can't touch them. But they are the ones that create gravity. Is a relationship between two bodies, two bodies of mass. Maybe some physicist out there is gonna correct me, but there are laws of development which you can't touch, but which are equally objective. And that is precisely what lies at the basis of what we call universals, of our general conceptions. And that is what language is the ability
Hegel would hate you
pass
too.
on those general conceptions. Any word that you use, you can never describe, Hegel makes the point, you can never describe what's immediately there, because you're just going to be saying universals.
Hegel would not care for what you're saying either. Like, this is like a fundamental problem with everything you're saying, is that none of the thinkers you think you're talking about would agree with you. Yeah, the immortal science of Marxism, Leninism. Luna Oi is watching.
This man is here. This is a universal.
Are we watching these two baboons for much longer? I mean, I had two other things. We had Neil deGrasse Tyson we started with, and then it was horrifying. And then we were watching two fascists talk about the worst. I'm sure they were going to mention Deleuze, talking about schizo posting. But then they started using lots of slurs, and I'm not interested in that. So we're stuck here. I'll open Discord in a minute. We'll see what we've got submitted, but yeah.
It can apply to anything that's in front of any person, right?
Yep.
is a universal of being, of existence, of being in the world. And here, again, is something that implies a relation to whoever is saying it, right? So all of the words that we use are universals, but those universals correspond to real relations, to real patterns that occur in our world, and that we, through our experience, have learned and understood.
Yeah, and by understanding them, we're able to affect them in ways that are useful. We turn the thing in itself into a thing for us.
Yeah.
We take something like fire, and we learn sometimes through painful experience about the general principle that it's hot, but we also learn that it can be useful. And then we can apply that knowledge with all subsequent instances of fire in order to help.
We always do have carefree wandering.
Us cook, in order to help us build combustion engines, in order to help us build society and civilization. Something else I wanted to talk about, not in relation to any one of these people, but kind of common across all of them. On the one hand, they put a lot of emphasis on sort of thinking differently and deconstructing systems of thought and systems of language and this sort of thing. But they kind of treat language and the way that we describe and think about the world as almost a negative thing, almost something which exclusively divides us.
Pesci may have found a saving grace.
Stalin and Mao, because of conventional prejudices, have the reputation of epitomizing, big government. Because it's just what you think, but you haven't thought critically about it on the basis of an analysis of actual historical fact and evidence. You haven't looked through the fucking evidence. You actually haven't read any real, neutral, scientific historiography on Stalin or Mao. You just read that fucking stupid infographic fucking show on YouTube, and because of the weight of this prejudice that Stalin and Mao represent big government, could it possibly fucking occur to you that every fucking turn of their political career, Stalin and Mao strive for cheap, efficient, and yes...
This is like prime Haas era too. Like, this is prime Haas era. I mean, it's a few years old. The title is Proof That Stalin and Mao Were Libertarian. It's a couple years old. I got to tell you, this is better theory than what we were just watching. It's the worst part about Haas. Easily the worst part about Haas, always, is that it's always better theory than you think, but it's always worse than he thinks. No, Bennick, you're not alone. Everyone still finds him fascinating, and I find him entertaining to shit for a very, very many reasons. Because again, a lot of it is, and he's kind of like, again, the big self-report. I would say, I'd argue he's a big self-report over and over and over. I would argue that, but I think, I love it. Thank you, Pesci. That's a very good one. That's a very good one. Hooey. That's a fucking lot to take. Does he have what are his does he have new videos at all? Nope, nothing new. Not on his channel. That's a shame. He is a fucking character. I miss him. He was most recently on Midwestern Marks. Of course he was. Of course he was. Of course he fucking was. He's a has-been. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Good God. What a nightmare. Let's see. Someone did post. I thought someone did post it. Did I not? The Carefree Wandering shit. Let's take a look at it. Oh, great. This is going to be a good one for me. That's fantastic. Let's not pick a minefield of a goddamn video. How gender became a profile. You know what? This is actually probably going to be more interesting than Haas. We'll come back to Haas if we need a good laugh, but I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this one, I think. I think we're going to do this one. Because it's at least... In theory, again, Carefree Wandering is not great. Carefree Wandering is better than a lot. Better than a lot. I want to actually enjoy being high. Never come to my channel if you want to enjoy being high. I am the wrong fucking person, buddy.
So, I've got a new book coming out. It's on gender. When I wrote it 2 years ago...
Identity is neither individual nor essential. You like the Cookie Monster shirt? So I got it. My daughter loves Cookie Monster. So. And then I've switched out. I've had a few of these over the years. I had an Elmo one for my son. Because he loved Elmo. Fuck. So glad she doesn't love Elmo. Elmo is like, I hate Elmo. I hate Elmo.
I suspected it wouldn't be easy to publish because the topic was so politically sensitive in the West. As it happened, publication of the manuscript was blocked.
This is easily, dude, that's not my camera, that's not my shit. Turn your filters down, and I don't like it. Even if you're trying to make a point, don't do this. This is really, it's really ugly. It's really fucking ugly.
It's on gender. When I wrote it 2 years ago, I suspected it wouldn't be easy to publish because the topic was so politically sensitive in the West. As it happened, publication of the manuscript.
I don't even look. I can look at his eyes. It's haunting. Is this showing through on the stream? How awful this looks. Like, this is like unholy.
Manuscript was blocked, and I was asked to rewrite the book. In hindsight, I'm quite glad I did. Gender struggles have been an important.
Someone fucked up the color correction, maybe, or he's just fucked up. He looks really pallid and flat. I mean, I'll post the video. Go take a look. It's fucking horrifying. It's
an important part of Western identity politics, which are now slowly evaporating. These struggles have been about empowering individuals.
It's just awful looking. Dude, I can't even look. It's awful. Stop that.
To freely express their gender.
No, it's he's overexposed, but what happened, like, I feel like I know what he did, and it's in color correction. There's a handful of things that if you overcorrect, like, it'll flatten. And it's like, again, what it does is it just creates like these really fucking crazy pockets around his eyes. I can't really pay attention to what he's saying though. So I'm going to turn on captions and like.
Struggles have been an important part of Western identity politics, which are now slowly evaporating. These struggles have been about empowering individuals to freely express their gender identity. And yet, despite all these...
He lowered the contrast. Like, and he chose, like, I don't know, it's really weird. It's clearly, he selected the color range of his, like, you can see the blurs in his neck, but his skin, like, he's...
These efforts, it does...
I'm not going to do Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer sucks. Sucks asshole.
Doesn't seem that people today...
At least Carefree Wandering, like, actually reads books. And I can at least understand what he's talking about.
Have less gender problems than before. Actually, the opposite may be the case. In his book, The Anxious Generation, psychologist Jonathan Haidt discusses waves of mental illness and suicide among Western teenagers, along with the rise of social media. Since these serious problems especially affect girls, and since they occurred at the same time with the sudden rise of transgender, which is often associated with psychological problems as well, I suspect the generation...
Not a good start. Not a start. Not a start.
Rise in anxiety has not only to do with social media, which is often associated at the same time.
This is a shame.
Serious problems than before.
This is a shame.
Actually, the opposite may be the case. In his book...
Well, here's the thing. Again, Carefree Wandering actually has a background, has read stuff. It doesn't mean he's right, and he's easy to critique because he at least is, generally speaking... And again, when he's wrong, he's not like he's wrong like the other guys who are like making up stuff and then undo themselves. He's going to be outright fash.
The Anxious Generation. Psychologist...
And he's opening up with Haidt. So here's the problem with Haidt. This, like, as a thing, the very idea that all of these things come together and then cause trans. The idea of gender dysphoria, all this come from those flawed studies that if you don't know, Sunday's done it a few times. I know a bunch of my followers have other people in other channels that have gone over it. Lucy has gone over it. Shakespeare has gone over it. The studies that are like basically surveying the parents who are anti-trans, not the kids. Like, again, the methodology of these studies is flawed beyond words, but fundamentally Haidt and his entire idea here is correlation, not causation. That's it. That's it. It's all correlation, not causation. Another way to consider that all of these things came together, right? So you have social media as a rising thing, which causes a splintering in the way people have identities and work. We have mental health crisis as teenagers at higher levels and adults, by the way, not just teenagers. And also the explosion of trans or asexuality or other identities. Another reason would be capitalism.
This Jonathan Haidt.
Anxious generation. Yeah, Haidt is a fucking right-wing lunatic. I'm trying to be kind about this a little bit because there's no point in having those insults, but yeah, these are all assholes.
Causes waves of mental illness and suicide among Western teenagers, along with the rise of social media. Since these serious problems especially affect girls, and since they occurred at...
Again, reported especially affect girls, but as we've actually seen, in studies that are multimodal, it's actually very balanced, and if not leaning towards male having problem, but men don't seek out or talk about problems because, again, masculinity and the pervasive toxicity around it shifts that. There's, again, fundamentally flawed thing to even start off with, and again, really just speaks volumes about where Carefree Wandering is at these days. But I appreciate that he's really trying to go for the trans woman 90-year-old filter, because I think that's the thing he's going to share. This weird filter. This filter I hate. I hate this filter a lot. Sorry, it's freaking me out.
At the same time, with the sudden rise of transgender, which is...
Like, the vanity alone is a little feminine, don't you think, there, Carefree? Just saying. Come on. Come on.
Often associated...
Men are supposed to have wrinkles. What are you, trans?
...with psychological problems as well. I suspect the generational rise in anxiety has not only to do with social media, but also with gender. Arguably, young people worry even more about gender now than before. Why is that? I believe there's a philosophical aspect to this. Non-binary writer Mash...
Whenever it was disproportionate towards women. I'll send you studies later. There's, again, part of the whole argument I was making is that there's no conclusion to reach that there is specifically anything once you sort of adjust for all of the determining factors. That was kind of my point. Sorry.
Masha Gessen suggests in the Ezra Klein show that we need better narratives about gender. In order to get to better narratives about gender, we need to question the ones we currently have. Philosophically, the problem may be that we see gender as an essential core of our identity, and that in this way it can easily become an obsession to get one's gender right.
I think most gender theorists would say that that's one of the core issues we have today. There is no such thing as an essential gender. Like, queer theory fundamentally rejects gender essentialism. So, what are you doing?
Gessen locates the problem right there, that we regard gender issues as...
So if they're so important, if they're so central to our identities...
And concludes...
Well, I think the problem is that we just assign such disproportionate importance to both sexuality and gender.
I think Gessen hits the nail on the head. My new book is titled The Enigma of Gender, and it's about the impossibility to get one's gender right. Nevertheless, insisting on getting it right can become pathological, existentially and politically. The book argues.
I have absolutely nothing to disagree with here. Sorry, I don't. The demand how men need to be men, women need to be women, that pathology that absolutely comes out, and you see it in conservative circles far more than most. I think it can occur in a lot of directions. Like, yeah, this is fine. I am exceptionally, why I enjoy Carefree Wandering is this exactly, because again, I think he's doing his thing. There's going to be bad takes, but it's going to be like a right turn. Like he's doing the like fake with the left and then come in with the right. Like, and it's going to be like, oh, this looks perfectly fine. And then like my brain's out the back of my head. That's how it's going to happen. I just feel like it's just.
Argues for something like gender ease rather than Judith Butler's famous gender trouble. For being at ease with one's gender, it's helpful to understand that
okay.
Gender identity, like identity in general, is genuinely pretended, and I'll get to that. Identity is the human sense of self. It includes gender identity.
I don't like pretended as a phrase. Performative? Sure. Constructivist? Yes. If you're trying to get away from essentialism and constructivism by utilizing a term that explicitly has within it falsity, you've made a fundamental mistake in using that word as a thing. Because performativity, sure, is theatrical and all of that, but performances can have truth to them. That's the reason that we love acting. It's the reason that these things, but pretending explicitly has no truth to it. This is smuggling in the thing. Really big problem.
A sense of self in terms of gender. We are born with a biological sex, but not with a gendered sense of self. It's not in the literal sense natural. We build a sense of.
I am inclined to forgive the leaving out of obviously edge cases and things like that and the way he's stating this, because it's, again, a normative claim.
Self and the sense of gender when we grow up. I argue that to do this, we use certain identity technologies. Paul D'Ambrosio and I call them sincerity, authenticity, and prophilicity.
Wait.
And to understand gender identity and its problem.
So this is media theory being applied to ontology. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to let him cook. This is not out. It's problematic in ways, but I don't mind that. But again,
Enigma of Gender looks into how these technologies shape gender identity. In many traditional societies, often still today, a gendered sense of self is built by sincerely internalizing and enacting gendered roles. This is.
I fundamentally have a disagreement here. Gendered roles as they existed within other societies, especially older ones, as he's sort of leaning on here. It's not so much about sincerely internalizing those roles, but instead about the realities of violence within those cultures that enforced those roles. Now, yes, gender tended to be more role-based. Godelier's and Grial's work. Godelier would be someone, Strauss would be someone. You can go through these things. This shit takes a turn I won't expect it. I love that. That's the kind of video I like, because it's, again, he's making interesting arguments. I disagree with them. I'll take them over whatever the fuck the last three videos were. But like, okay, We can talk about gendered roles as a thing and how they were sort of played and dealt with things. But these roles and the way gender was utilized included property relations, included like coercion for reproduction, included rape, and included violent enforcement of these things. So to not understand gender as a violent power relation fundamentally, and to just say that it's like the thing, whew, that's trouble.
Sincerity. In sincerity, gender identity typically doesn't mean to abstractly identify as a man or a woman. People tend to embed their gender identity in their roles.
Yes, it was more roles based. For example, mother or other thing. The man and woman wasn't explicitly the thing that we talk about it today. Gender, as has been broken down, wasn't a thing really in ancient tribes. Instead, there would be positions people held, like the relations of that. There's, again, good Marxist anthropology. But again, those roles were determined by power relations and violence. It isn't just a sincere appreciation or an application of a role. Those things were determined, and violently so.
They identify more concretely, for instance, as the son of so-and-so or the wife of so-and-so. In sincerity.
And which of those was totally cool for so-and-so to rape? That's my point. That's literally the point. The answer is not both, by the way, unless it was a daughter. Different thing. Because women, gender sort of weaved in and out of this. Difficult thing to talk about. Not great start.
Sincerity, third genders are also role-based. In Thailand, for instance, there are katoi, sometimes called ladyboys. Not everyone can become a katoi. It's basically a role for gay, feminine men only. And katois typically fulfill specific roles in society, for instance, as performers in entertainment, religious practices, or the sex industry. Authenticity.
There's a really, really great book. Perverse Desires, Performative Genders, I believe. It goes into how, and I hate to use the term, he used it, it's just easier because if I just start talking about the kathoi, you'll be like, half of you don't know. The ladyboy thing in Thailand came about specifically because of power relations, like in a really fucked up way. The way that karma and the specific sort of regional version of Buddhism mixed with the colonial aspect as well as modern capitalist setups actually produced it. It's not about a sincerity of a position, very, very, very much. Sex work is not a role in a modern political economy like that. And again, the ladyboy phenomenon is not like some eternal thing that's lasted for like 100,000 years. Like, it's a very, very troubling description to talk about it this way. Like, if you don't understand that in Thailand, especially modern day, but certainly colonial into capitalist Thailand, where feminine men, in order to survive, pretended to be women in order to get sex work so they could survive and have food. I'm not sure sincerity fits into that, buddy.
Third genders are off of so-and-so. In sincerity, third genders are also role-based. In Thailand, for instance, there are katoi, sometimes called ladyboys. Not everyone can become a katoi. It's basically a role for gay, feminine men only. And katois typically fulfill specific roles in society, for instance, as performers in entertainment, religious practices, or the sex industry.
That middle one? Not really. That middle one? Not really. The middle one? Not really. Not really. No.
Authenticity is a tricky identity technology, sandwiched between sincerity.
I really don't like calling sincerity and authenticity technologies. Like, there's a reason Miller, and again, there's clearly where this is coming from. Clearly where this is coming from is this media theory mentality. So not great, not a good start.
And prophylicity. It was born as the revolt against sincerity. Applied to gender, this means the revolt against identifying with gendered roles. Authenticity means finding identity not in roles, but in the pursuit of originality. Unique identity can only be found or created somehow within, behind the mask of the gendered persona.
What?
Philosophically, the representative
What the
the
shit?
gender created somehow within, behind the mask of the gendered persona. Philosophically, the representative of an authentic attitude towards gender is Simone de Beauvoir. For her, social roles, female and male alike, obstruct authenticity. We must liberate ourselves from them to become autonomous. To shed identification with gendered roles, such
I really don't believe, and that's maybe just my reading. De Beauvoir absolutely had nothing to do with trying to reach an authentic self. One is not born, but becomes a woman. That's because I have a 3-year-old. She's lovely. I love Violet. She is not a woman. At some point, the world will let her know that she bleeds out her cunt and she's a disgusting pig and she needs to be the end of sex. She is going to be taught by somebody that she is a woman. She's going to be taught by the world that she's a woman. That's what they're going to do to my baby girl. That's how it works. That is becoming a woman. Getting beyond that is not an authenticity that she's going to be getting back to. That's not the point. The construction itself needs to be contested. You do not transcend it. De Beauvoir would, I believe, fundamentally fight this idea of how she's talking about it. Raising kids in the day, because I'm not a gender person, but there's things built into you. You don't realize, like, naturally, I was a little bit more rough with my son than my daughter. And my wife, Heather, pointed out to me, I was like, oh shit. And so I started being more equal. But like, Dexter is a very thin, like lithe kid, has always been that, with this stunningly beautiful long blonde hair. And all the time gets confused as a girl. And for a long time didn't care. And one day a woman said, oh, aren't you a pretty girl? And he goes, I actually think I'm a boy. And that was it. From then on, he was a boy. It was fucking wild to watch. It was wild to watch. And it's like these things, this is how this sort of works. But the setup of like, this is not de Beauvoir. This is a bad reading of de Beauvoir. I'm again, just my reading. Let's see where he goes.
just son or wife, does not mean to abstractly to become autonomous. To shed identification with
That's not
gendered
it.
roles, such as son.
That's absolutely not it. De Beauvoir does not want us to shed the role of woman. She wants us to make the construction of the role of man and woman itself problematic. She wants to interfere with that to create whatever myriad types of people that would do. That's what she wants. She wants, not far from my kid, actually, not far from Dexter, just kind of be whatever you're going to be. And then that's it. Instead of being constructed into a woman, because that's what you do. We make girls women. We turn them into what they are. That's what she's going on to. She wants to make the construction problematic, not the end point. She's not trying to undo the end point to get back to a more authentic thing. I think she even talks about how you can't do that. So it's,
Son or wife does not mean to abstract gendered roles, such as son or wife, does not mean to abstractly identify as man or woman.
Yeah, the key is literally that it's called the second sex. That's exactly it. That in the vein of how Lacan said there's no such thing as a woman. It's the same thing. It's getting away from this idea that there is a such thing as a woman in the first place. Not oh, well, you need to be some more authentic version of a woman. That's not how that works at all.
It meant for de Beauvoir to identify as the concrete individual everyone is, regardless of their gender. In authenticity, we see one another and ourselves as unique individuals, no longer defined by generic gender, because it's impossible to find originality in it. For de Beauvoir, the liberation from gender roles did not mean to question biological sex. Our bodies have a sex, but as authentic individuals, we can become soulmates, not role mates, regardless of biological sex.
You know what? It's not good. It's fine. He spent a lot of time writing that line, become soulmates, not role mates. It's not very good, but he's more making the point that biological sex shouldn't be the primary thing. My dating advice to anyone, especially men, is if the first thing you think about when you see a person is whether or not you would want to fuck them, you're not ready for a relationship. So don't make sex first. Yeah, there you go. Yes, biological sex is itself constructed, and there's all those things. I don't think he's talking about that here. So I'm okay.
The semantics of authenticity had a great appeal to people born in the second half of the.
Has anyone ever given a useful definition for authenticity as far as identity goes? Not satisfying. I don't find it a satisfying concept. I find authenticity to be very difficult to even talk about because it's vibes. Not a fan of it. Just ugh. But that's because I'm more authentic than you.
20th century, like myself. My sense of self and my sense of gender is largely built with it. It is still the dominant social semantics. We use the vocabulary of authenticity in politics, in academia, in culture. But in practice, we have become prophilic. The enigma of gender tries to provide some clarity about this very confusing
okay.
Prophilicity means building a sense of self through the creation of profiles. Like
I have issues with this, but it's fine.
Profiles in prophilicity are validated from the outside. In a profile, we see ourselves as we are seen by others, our peers. But, unlike in sincerity, these peers are not just the role mates whom we know closely and to whom we are related by birth or by convention. In prophilicity, we present ourselves to the general peer, a general audience we address.
What he's saying about prophilicity, even though I know it's spelling it as prophylactic, which is funny. It's not, I don't think what he means. He's talking about effectively what we just went through with Foucault, actually, about how male, female, man, woman, these various things that are determined are created within the structures and institutions that we take part in. And the power within those actually pushes us towards determining these various places. So on social media, we create our profiles for that platform, for that thing in that social milieu. And that is what he's talking about, prophilicity. It's a thing that is talked about inside of sort of the theory of digital overall. It's not a really interesting concept because ultimately, like Jody Dean, I think, did really good work with this. And then it was kind of like, it's fine. It's a self-presentation is something.
Let's say when we apply for a job or on social media, like I do now, or on a dating app.
Simone's open relationship with Sartre is not without its problems. It's also without its understandability. Have you ever seen Sartre? I mean, he's a face you think of when you need to last a bit longer.
In prophilicity, gender identity becomes as important again as in sincerity. Both roles and profiles are typically gendered. However, unlike roles, profiles are seen as a matter of personal choice.
Yet you can literally see in these pictures the way that roles are gendered in modern society, with women being the beauty singular shot with the soft background, with men being in action shots doing things. Literally, you're using an example that shows that the roles are built this way. That's frustrating.
Dialectically, prophilicity combines.
Sartre was all about personality. I love it. Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be.
Combines the self-choice of authenticity with a focus on how one is seen by the peer, as in sincerity. This also applies big time to gender identity. An example is the treadwife. Here's how treadwife is defined in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. A dutiful housewife active on social media, and a young woman who chooses to be a homemaker and shares a lifestyle online. To get a better grasp of prophilic gender identity, The Enigma of Gender discusses transgender today in our post-sincere and post-authentic times. One particularly curious case is the recent German law on the self-determination of gender. The explicit purpose of
I want to take a second on this way he talks about tradwife.
An example is the
hit it on the head. It's exactly what I was thinking. The tradwife thing is literally women performing for conservative right-wing men. That's it. It's, hey, I can make money by it's like the ladyboy thing. It's identical. It's actually very much like that. It's just that. It's, hey, I'm doing this for money and that's it because that's the way it works and I'm a woman. This is crazy.
Treadwife. Here's how treadwife is defined in the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Content for weird losers to jerk off to by having a hot woman that will do anything they want because that's the same porn that they watch and they jerk off to.
A dutiful housewife active on social media. And
that's not
a young woman.
It's cute. A young woman who chooses to be a homemaker and share a lifestyle online. Certainly not someone who's selling it. Again, by removing the social pressures, like he did with God damn it, now I can't even say it. Like he did with the third gender shit in Thailand. It's the same thing. He's just removing the social, larger capitalist pressure and patriarchy that literally these other people are talking about. He's forgotten this. It's a commodified performance of gender. Yes, absolutely. Lucy Hayes, you are a trad wife. You know what? I believe you. How you doing, Lucy?
Who chooses to be a homemaker and shares a lifestyle online. To get a better grasp of prophilic gender identity, the enigma of
you need a better word from that? Look, with your accent and the way you pronounce it, it's prophilic, feels prophylactic. It doesn't feel prophilic, which is, I know the word you're looking. The word doesn't work. It didn't work when they tried it before. Stop trying to say it. It's not going to be a thing. Switch words.
Gender discusses transgender today in our post-sincere and post-authentic times. One particularly curious case is the recent German law on the self-determination of gender. The explicit purpose of the law, as stated in the bill, is to empower individuals with the autonomous decision on the choice of gender. People need to make this supposedly autonomous decision so that they can live in accordance with their sense gender.
I'm so glad you're showing me a language I will never understand. Oh, look, I get it. Look it, don't you people understand? That's what he's talking about in a different language than he's speaking. If you know that language and can translate it, and he probably doesn't read German. And if he does, why would you do this? Just fucking, dude.
It's declared that gender identity largely determines for
This Bestimmt within, wie Menschen angesprochen wurden, irren. See, that's how German sounds to me. And also to everyone who's German. They know it. They know it's a stupid language.
Instance, how a person is addressed and what
I'm not going to pick up German. Pass.
expectations are in place regarding the outward appearance, the education, and behavior of a person. The big paradox here is that the law empowers people to self-determine how they are determined by their gender, in the way they live.
That's not a parrot. Oh, Jesus Christ. They could do that before, too. This just changes the number of ways a person can place it, but it still puts them within that same categorization because, again, Foucault had the answer for this. We just went over it. We just went over it. We just went over this, and it's like, can't pass on German. Herder is in German? Well, then I'll never read to Herder. Herder, dirter, birder, birder. Yeah, it's Swedish I'll learn before I fucking learn German. Is Herder and dirter, birder, birder, birder? Right? Swedish? Is that how they talk in Sweden?
Dress and our.
If you want to know, when I worked at Starbreeze, whenever I'd go back to the office in Stockholm, that was the first thing I'd fucking do when I met anyone is I would always do the fucking Swedish chef. Borka, borka, borka. And the best part is they all liked it. They all got it. They all knew the fucking Swedish chef. They all know it.
Dressed by others. It empowers them to authentically decide in which they are non-authentic. Concretely, the law allows people to create how others must see them.
That's what it was doing before, too. Like, liberal rights frameworks have always struggled with the claims of minorities in edge cases. That's the fundamental way that all bureaucracies have always worked. What the fuck, dude? It was just stupid. That's just stupid. That's just a stupid claim. It's a stupid thing to bring up. Like, the law allows people to create how others must see them. Boy, you know, I got to tell you, that's fair. Trans people have no idea what it's like to be forced to navigate how others see them. Sadly, that law paradoxically changes that for them. The rest of their lives, though, they don't have that issue. That's for sure. I mean, I don't think, right? Trans people are cool. They don't fucking have to navigate that shit. The stupid law did it.
They can decide on the...
Learn Hebrew so I could hear people saying fucked up shit all day.
Gender entry in their ID once a year. And they can decide on the pronouns others must use when addressing them.
No one cares,
to
dude.
Be clear,
no one cares.
This makes sense in today's society, but only because we've moved on from sincere and authentic conceptions of gender and
sincere and authentic under the guise of power structures that you refuse to identify, that have violence built into them and extreme levels, and that still do, by the way. So now, how are the ladyboys doing in Thailand? No violence there, I'm sure. I've never heard of that, ever. I'm sure everyone in Southeast Asia is totally cool and never has issues with any of these things.
Now see gender as a profile. And yet,
just so you know, trans people existed before this.
By desperately highlighting self-determination, the German law seems like an attempt of society to prove to itself that we can still be authentic and autonomous.
Sort of. It's liberal society coming to the edge of its capability because bureaucracy necessitates things being orderly determined. That's the challenge with such things. How many forms can we have until everyone is able to be taken care of? Liberal society requires bureaucracy, capitalism, the state, whatever you want to say. You require forms to go to your fucking school, buddy. I can't just walk in. That requires things to be filled out. When things have to be filled out, guess what? I've got to check a box. How many boxes are you going to fucking have? They're going to continue to run out of problems because I don't like any of these things. I check the mailbox. It's just easier.
When in practice, we have become prophilic.
You really have to change that word, dude.
Incoherent mixture between an emphasis on authenticity and an actual practice of prophylicity is very evident in the marketing of gender-affirming procedures to transgender people. Advertising tells them that in order to become truly authentic, they need...
Oh, I know where this is going. I know where this is going. This is turf shit right there. This is going to be turf shit, isn't it? This is going to be about the transition medical change. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Need to modify their bodies so that they are seen by others in accordance with generic gender expectations. Look at this ad by ART's.
So here's the thing. This is Zizek shit. Yes, but here's the thing. I'm going to steel man Zizek's position because it comes from a old thing. I don't think he's saying it correctly and fully as he needs to be. We live in a time where the nature of how people exist necessitates that there is surgical solutions and medical interventions. I personally would love to be in a world where I, without any surgery, I'm just perfectly fine a woman or not, or vice versa. That surgery is because of like all of the pressures that exist that create the mental conditions that put kids in the position they're in, that in the harm's way they're in, the self-harm, all that shit needs to be dealt with, but it isn't dealt with by not letting them get the treatment they need. Would it be great if we just didn't have gender being determined by these things? Yes. That would be great. 100% he's going to start shitting on all this. And that's the problem. People should be allowed surgeries regardless. Absolutely. Again, I don't get, that's not my point. Zizek's point is the way that we live, the trauma of every puberty is brutal. And I agree with this. I don't think that means that we should stop surgeries. We need to understand that even, by the way, cis kids, also traumatic. Everything's traumatic. Nothing's fun. It's all shit. Some people have more shit than others. Some people get more shit than others. But the variety of shit we all get needs to be understood and needs to be cared about in those ways. And we don't do that. And it's a shame. This is going to go bad.
Surgical, addressing transgender and gender diverse individuals. Your path to your true identity begins here. Our goal is to help you be authentic and true to yourself. Using Michel Foucault's language, this looks like authenticity's biopolitical endgame. Transgender people have been assigned a biopolitical task, proclaimed loudly in our laws and our commercials. They must get their gender identity right.
I would do not use biopolitics here to talk about body modification being always oppressive. That is not what it means, and that's not the setup. Biopolitical insurgency, if Testo Junkie, great book, has it right, is actually a potential. This is really wild. Yeah, it's a weird turn.
So that society can continue to believe in the authenticity vocabulary that it likes to describe itself with. However, in reality, unlike the German law says, gender identity can never be self-determined. Masha Gessen says
that
Testo Junkie is solid. It's and again, I don't agree with all of it because Foucault's got a few things, but it is an interesting idea.
I've always felt, and after a certain point was able to put words to it, that gender is something that happens between me and other people. It doesn't actually happen inside my body. It's what people see, what I want them to see, what I feel when they see one thing and not the other thing. All of that is my gender.
Gender isn't anyone's autonomous decision. Gender happens, as Gessen says. That gender identity is...
I don't know how he can possibly... Look, no, Gessen's not bad. I don't think Gessen's bad. The future is history is not bad. Again, maybe they've gone full turf. Fucking everyone seems to lately. But like, oh no, Ezra sucks. Fuck Ezra. But I don't think Gessen here is doing I don't think doing the wrong thing.
What people see and what I want them to see. And especially so for transgender people under conditions of prophylicity, has also been made clear by ContraPoints.
You know, you don't become a woman the first time you put on a dress. You become a woman the first time an older female relative turns to you at a restaurant and says, maybe you should order the salad, sweetie.
Just saying, I don't like ContraPoints.
And
as Laura Jane Grace put it, you want them to see you like they see every other girl.
There is no gendered soul deep within any person. Instead, a gendered sense of self is conditioned by a person's biology.
I don't think what Contra was saying is actually counter this. I don't think what Contra was saying is counter this. I think Contra is talking about the authentic experience of a woman there. I would argue that Contra is making the same point he is. I disagree with the point, but I would argue he's not wrong to use Contra there, actually. Sorry. I think that's the point I took when Contra was doing that there's an authentic woman experience. That's the joke. Because I wouldn't be told that I should watch out for my weight because I'm a big dude. But if you're a real woman would be seen as a woman because there's an authentic woman experience. That is what he's talking about. Contra in this is, I say this is, again, it's one of the things. Carefree Wandering has shit opinions, but they're not constructed out of nothing.
Psychology, and importantly, by identity technologies.
It's so weird to use Gessen like this. I mentioned The Future is History, which talked about especially how laws and the larger social space can create oppressive brutality for trans and gender and all of this across the board, focusing on Russia's anti-gay and anti-queer and anti-trans laws. That is fundamentally opposed to this. Fundamentally opposed to what he's saying. So Gessen would disagree. But again, well, Contra makes the joke. Her joke is to be seen like a woman is to be treated like shit, to be made the victim of misogyny. And I get that that's a good joke for Contra to use. That's great. And so a guy getting that told would be like, oh, I guess I'm finally a woman because they're treating me like shit. It's the, again, performance as he's saying here, as Carefree is saying here. I didn't like her video on gender dysphoria, by the way. I don't like a lot of her videos, but really bad. This is a lot.
And
as Laura Jane Grace put it, you want them to see you like they see every other girl.
There is no gendered soul deep within any person. Instead, a gendered sense of self is conditioned by a person's biology, psychology, and importantly, by identity technologies.
I mean, the whole point of that quote is that you're seen and not visible, that to be a true, authentic woman is to not be a trans woman, but to just be a woman. Am I wrong on that? That was what I thought Laura Jane Grace was going for. It's removing visibility of being trans itself. Again, the authentic woman experience of being treated like shit.
And by the relations with others that we shape with these identity technologies. In sincerity, gender identity lies in gendered roles. In authenticity, we want to relate to others as authentic soulmates, regardless of our generic sex and gender. In prophylicity, we create our gender identity in social validation feedback loops.
Here's the problem. Look, he's going to say prophilicity a few times. Let me just tell you what's fundamentally wrong with this. There is no creation of a profile. There is curation of your life that's able to lead to that. As much as people do generally lie and they bullshit on, say, a resume, which is something that existed prior to this and has been around for a long time. That is another example of prophilicity that he doesn't seem to be understanding. Bullshitting and edging and censoring is about curation, not creation. His fundamental idea here is flawed at the core. People don't create social media profiles. They curate their understanding of themselves for the profile. So it's not about creation at all. So it's just bad. This is bad. That's bad logic, philosophy, creation. Bad. Curation's the word.
Loops with our general peer. Gender identity is not individual, but relational. It's not a person's essence, but made.
You're unsure you agree? Oh, that's okay. I'm right.
With identity technologies. We're neither born with a gendered sense of self, nor can we choose it freely. We acquire it through practice, through the way we live together with others. In this sense, it is played. It's pretended.
See, and that's, again, this is why it's not creation. So, I could create a social profile that is free of curation, that is created. And it would be an entirely fake bullshit persona. But that is not what we're talking about here. We are talking about curation in the sense that if I, let's say I was trans and I was deciding to go that direction, I start changing a name here, an edge here. I put the she, her, the they, them, depending on what I think I can pass as. I know my voice. Maybe I get a voice, whatever it is, but I know what I can pass as. And trans people, I've talked to a lot of you about this and I've watched the process. It's utterly fascinating, but people who are trans, who build their social media profiles, go as far as they believe the world will allow them. They're not creating their ideal end point. They're curating what they have, and they're putting that on display in various ways in order to push that edge and see what the world will allow, because power structures are what determine those things coming back. That's what happens. You don't get to just say anything, no matter how much, like, there's the lie that the right tells of, like, big bearded guys who show up at, like, girls' weightlifting competitions. That shit doesn't happen. The reality is the primary way people go about, like, the curation of these profiles is bit by bit. They try some things here. They try some things there. They edge a little bit here. There's very few people who just go, oh yeah, no. Oh, I guess I'm trans now. And now it's boom. And I'm a woman everywhere. And they change. Like, that's not how it works. You see what you can get away with. And I would argue you can see this with ContraPoints, or you can see this with Philosophy Tube especially. You push as far as you think you can get away with it, because that's what these things are about. Social profiles are socially determined. Power structures pushing back on you. That they're no different than Foucault's profiles in the madhouse, where you fucking are either a patient or a doctor. There's no difference. You push as far as you can. That's what we all do. And exactly, Lucy is in Poland. In other places, you can't get away with much. You can't go hardcore because there are fucking power structures at play that will ruin you. And I don't mean that in like they'll cancel you. There are places you'll be fucking killed. Go to Dubai and you will see there are absolutely out of the closet gay men, and there are trans men and trans women everywhere in Dubai. You'll run into them. You will not see he, her, him profiles. You won't see any of that shit. It's not how it works. There are significations, though, that let you know, oh, this dating profile is a guy who's really looking for women. That kind of shit. That this is how this works socially. Profiles are curated, not created. That's the difference. And it's a very important thing. It's a very important distinction. So if you're going to talk about it from a prophylactic standpoint, like, it's crazy. Yeah, exactly, random. Philosophy Tube worked up to publican coming out for a year after she came out in her private life. There was a point when she stopped having facial hair in videos and she dropped hints, and she constantly pushed it until she believed it was enough to be, and she and actually it's a really interesting video. And then her entire transition in the video on healthcare, it's actually interesting work Philosophy Tube did. She did one good thing. But like that thing was a process because we exist in this way socially. It's trouble. Everything's difficult. That's the thing. That's how this works for all of us. That's why I say curated. It's important to me that anyone who's been on social media knows that people who lie outright, they're not creating a social media profile that they want to be seriously taken as. At the closest you get is people who go way on the other side and they want to explore being a woman. And so they do lie about everything, but they're still curating. They're not making things up whole cloth. They're not pretending. That's not it. And that use of pretending is incredibly problematic for me.
And by pretending it, gender becomes a very deeply felt part of our sense of self.
No.
In this sense, it is perfectly genuine. People don't lie when they identify with their gender. We have a gendered sense of self, either through identification with gendered roles, through the curation of gender profiles, or somewhat paradoxically, as authentic individuals to whom their gender seems generic.
The modalities coexist fundamentally. So as soon as you start having this tripartite weird shit he's doing, pass.
Or through a combination of all of this. If we understand that gender identity, no matter which identity technologies we use, is always genuinely pretended, we might be able
Use black turtleneck gender. Only if you really use a lot of beauty filters.
To relax about it. We might become
like, dude, it's okay to have wrinkles.
Less obsessed with trying to fit certain gender roles.
Like, I just want to show like this is so you see the difference, because you can go back and you can see that like there's no filter there. None. No good. It's just a shame. It's a shame.
Or with shedding our gender roles to find the true self behind them. Or with the attempt to create a high-profile gender identity. The point is not to get one's gender right, but to be at ease with it as much as possible. That's a Taoist approach to gender identity. We can...
No. The ease thing, no. Don't appropriate Eastern philosophy. I know you play that card, but you've got to engage and actually do shit with it. You can't just say, oh, it's Taoist, because wine moms would agree with you. Like, Wu Wei doesn't mean shit for gender because there's no language that talks about that. Don't orientalize that shit, buddy. It's really gross. Gross, gross, gross.
Wake up authentically in the morning, create our gender profiles during the day.
Oh.
And be a sincere daughter or father in the evening, without obsessing about any of these identities.
Yeah.
As Masha Gessen says.
What if we just agree to be playful and have fun with the one life each of us is given?
If you're interested in the book, please check the description of this video. There you'll also find a code for getting a discount if you get the book through the Columbia University Press website.
There's a lot more to the Gessen's line that is weird to gloss over there. And again, speaks to the problem that he fundamentally has with this entire concept he's sort of working with. Hey, why can't we just play with this one life? Said by someone who fled death squads in Russia that made playing with that life illegal. You can't really take it apart that way. Like, you can't do that. That's a problem. to play requires safety. Every sport will tell you that. Every life will tell you that. Every video game will tell you that. You got to be safe to know you can play. So yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. No good. No good. Yeah, no good. Not your best showing, Carefree. Again, at least you have a handful of things that you've at least included that aren't awful. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's not good. It's not good. It is not good. That's a shame. Let's see. I don't have anything else for you tonight. That one might take everything out of me because I was actually taking them quite seriously. Am I going to crack open a brewski tonight? No, I'm going to be passing tonight. I've got, tomorrow I have to edit together an hour and 55 minutes of essays. So the way it works is I did my one larger essay on the nature of how people misunderstand how literacy works, what illiteracy is, and all of that. And then each of the major concepts in it, I actually broke into its own 10 to 15 minute sort of essay explaining it, using some of the language of the larger thing, but more being able to expand each of the concepts. So that way, when I talk about heterogeneous versus homogeneous and the way that one turns into the other, that I can explain that sort of within its own concepts. So, finish the has video. Oof. I'll give it a minute or two.
Limited government at the expense of their own party bureaucracy. If you don't understand this in the case of Stalin, I'll just be like, yeah, you're a dumbass. You don't know anything about the history of the 1930s or the various factional party struggles that occurred through the 30s up to the Great Purge. You don't know about the 1947 meeting that literally put Stalin on the hit list for all these fucking party bureaucrats.
In between 1934 and 1941, the USSR expanded the NKVD to like 1.5 million fucking people from half that. The entire bureaucracy expanded drastically in the 1930s. I do know the history of the 30s. Population control became mandated in the bureaucracy around internal passports, not external, internal passporting. Fucking went out the fucking just wildly, wildly huge. And millions of people were sent to gulags before we even hit the 40s. So yeah, not limited government in the 30s there, Hazy. Just so everyone knows, he's out of his mind. Just so everyone knows.
You don't know about any of that shit, fine. But to not understand how Mao wanted cheap, efficient, and limited government, Mao, who literally empowered the Chinese masses, as written in The Unknown Cultural Revolution by Dongfeng Han, to literally set up their own local institutions of governance, administration, and power at the expense of local party bosses, who they would literally put dunce caps on and shame. Mao was the guy whose little red books were distributed forms of sovereign authority. Any idiot peasant could wield a red book and literally be the equal of any party boss in their local fucking town.
Oof.
Nobody in China was experiencing tyranny from Mao except the people who were in power all the way in Beijing. If you're a local peasant, the average fucking person in China, the only tyranny...
I mean, this is all a historical nonsense. This is going to be a lot. I don't know if I want to watch this. This is terrible. This is like just him ranting. This is just him ranting and just ranting and ranting and ranting about nonsense and just not knowing his shit. What the fuck is he even like? He's just mad that people ratioed him on Twitter. Is that all this is? Like, that's a Haas for you. Phew. All right. I apologize in advance. I apologize in advance.
What does Israel have to teach the West. What
Dr. James Lindsay.
do we do with the Jews? Right? What do we do with them? Which implies we don't really want them, but what do we do with them? There's no Jewish problem if we just get rid of their Jewishness, integrate.
What? Why would I watch this? Why are you making me? Why did you send this to me?
Integralism. That's the root of the word. The right, they have this philosophy.
So let's take a second to talk about Mr. Lindsay. If you don't know who this fucking moron is. I can't even tell where to fucking chat. Holy shit. James Lindsay sucks.
Philosophy, but they don't even care about their own philosophy. It's just this book they can kind of point to, this list of books they can point to say this is why we want to take all of it.
It's JQ stuff. Said, if you don't know the channel, by the way, this is not an anti-Semitic channel. I mean, maybe it is. That would be really weird. Actually, I guess it's Zionist, so probably it's anti-Semitic. This will be interesting.
Power. I don't say never again is now as a brand. I'm really concerned.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming in this rainy, chilly night.
Israeli Center for Freedom. I'm not going to listen to this stupid weird fuck. We're skipping ahead. Like, I don't need to listen to genocide deniers.
Israel. What is your impressions, and did you learn something new about the Israeli people?
They misspelled his name? No. Really? Is it Lindsay? Because I copied it off here because I don't know him. Is it EY? That's funny.
No, I knew it all coming in. No, this is an amazing country. And of course, I learned something new. Gosh, I could tell you a dozen things, I think. But I'll just tell a quick kind of story from my trip this time. As those of you who know, followed my travels or heard the podcast, which I'm betting is many of you, last time I recorded a podcast after my visit in October titled I'm Israel Chai.
James.
That I connected with that idea on my first trip. And part of that was going to Yad Vashem, but part of it was also going to the Gaza envelope and seeing the kibbutzim and the Nova Festival site. And so I came back into the United States and told the story in this podcast, and I guess it was very moving. People liked it. So I went back down.
It's so weird for me to hear people on the American right give a fuck about Jewish people. Because James Lindsay is not far from Groypers, is not far from any of these same people who JQ'd shit just a few years ago, who are actively spreading the story that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. It's amazing to hear. It's amazing that James Lindsay is doing this. I find this shit wild. Like,
it turns out it's
Nazis
the second time.
Outright,
There's something
it's amazing.
That second time when
it is amazing. Sorry, not Sweatopus. It is. I find it stunning.
Your kilometerage may vary. When I went the second time, there was the combination. There was less of the shock. First of all, shock makes it easier.
He's being paid. Well, no, they're all whores. But again, I enjoyed back in the day when Nazis were just Nazis, and it was at least clear.
And then there's the memory of what I had learned and digested from the previous time. So we walk around Kibbutz Neros, which did not have a good time on October 7th. And the gentleman who does security took us around and showed us the things.
They did not have a good time on October 7th. I don't, I don't know if I can do this. This is going to be a fucking thing. I'm skipping ahead. I can't.
And you think it gives you greater. And, I didn't say it's the Jews. I'm just asking questions. That's the same logic. This is what it means to be woke. But Karl Marx, just to be technical one more time, said something, now that I've introduced this idea of alienation and that you're a member of a group that has been alienated and therefore you don't have what you have, Karl Marx said that there is the supersession, in other words, elevating yourself beyond yourself to something bigger. So connecting to something bigger by the retraction of alienation into the self. So you learn to identify yourself with this unfair alien.
I don't know if I can mentally handle this.
And you think it gives you greater standing to connect to a movement or a whole that then operates on all of this evil politics. And that's a very technical definition, but you'll notice at no point did I have to say anything about being oriented to the left, oriented to the right, or oriented with any particular political or religious persuasion whatsoever to give that definition.
Got it. That clarifies a lot. So let's talk about conservatism. Okay, we are a bunch of conservatives sitting in the room. So
this guy got dog walked by Vosh. Oh, fuck. Yeah. And Vosh sucks. I mean, imagine like Vosh wrecks you. Like you have to be at like, well, what's the word for water level is stupid.
So what is your definition for American conservatism?
I mean, you follow somebody like Edmund Burke or something, obviously that the idea of conservatism can, the sad thing about the philosophy of conservatism, it can be boiled down to a very American phrase. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You don't really need more than that to outline the entire kind of philosophical school, which makes a lot of it difficult to
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it's not goddamn broke.
Write about because you can say it in a very quaint sentence. But with Edmund Burke as kind of the philosophical father of conservatism, where is Edmund Burke as this arch-conservative character in history? He's located in the English liberal tradition that then gets handed off and modified and clarified and developed into an American system firmly rooted on this weird idea of common sense and a little bit of pragmatism, and this is uniquely American expression of English liberalism. But the point is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So what you do is you make incremental changes rather than radical changes. You don't try to throw out the entire bathtub. You try to save the baby from the bathwater. You respect tradition and realize that tradition is this history of people trying things, some of which worked and some of which didn't. And therefore, even if you don't know why that tradition is necessary or valuable, you respect that it's there because it has been contributing to a system that has worked over time. You don't have to be locked to it. But in the American tradition, it means conserving the American tradition, which is to have this kind of covenantal relationship with this idea that we can govern ourselves, and by doing so, we might receive the blessings of liberty. That's a very covenantal idea. You know, there's this controversy. Is America a propositional nation, or is it a people in a place on a land?
I don't know if I can mentally handle this anymore. Like, again, I'll take Carefree Wandering because I think he is genuine in his, like, he's actually not just bullshitting and lying everything he says. Haas absolutely is just bullshitting, but he's also stringing stuff together. The other guys we all watched are just bullshit artists across the board, and I don't know if I can, like, mentally handle. This is a lot. Yeah, I'm not. I can't. I'm with you. Not so Oedipus. I appreciate you sending this in, and it's fascinating that there's a level where part of this I get. It makes me feel interested in, like, how does James Lindsay? How do people find him interesting? How is he able to talk? But then you watch. If you haven't watched it, like, let's do 2 minutes of it. Epstein Bannon. We're gonna do a little bit of it.
Before we get into the deep stuff,
so this is Donald Trump's buddy and Donald Trump's other buddy.
Question: what does too much supply mean?
So I found this really interesting. Let me see if I can find it in the transcript where they were actually talking about because how people bullshit is fascinating, and I'm good at it. I worked in entertainment. All right. So here is Steve Bannon interviewing Epi, right? No, that's what it is. We're not going to be around for a long time tonight. I can't. It's been a long night. I can't do. But again, just watch for a second and just see if you see the same stuff that James Lindsay does, because he's being asked about he's about to be asked about inflation. And there's a particular type of bullshitting that James Lindsay does and others do, like the intelligentsia of the right. They do the same thing, and it's this. Yeah, it's a crazy... Look, I don't even understand it. Who understands that shit? And then in a few moments will pass, and then they'll explain it perfectly. Because what they're doing is they're trying to be folksy. They're trying to get you to understand, yeah, no, who understands that shit? I mean, they're being humble. I don't even understand it. Then they're going to explain it as a thing. So watch as this happens. It's really interesting.
90s. Do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't
As a mathematician.
understand the concept today. How's that possible? Understand the concept. I don't.
Did you hear it?
And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today.
No clue.
How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar.
If you don't watch the Epstein thing, you're missing out on actually being able to learn how to spot a liar, because he's incredibly good at it, but the unedited interview makes it clear.
Dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have, it seems that everything is great. But
by the way, he's giving a textbook definition of inflation after saying he doesn't understand it. How natural was that? Did you even notice he did that? No, most people won't, because what he did is he said the thing that made you go, yeah, it's complicated. So you empathize with him and then turned it into him explaining the thing to you. This is like top tier bullshitting. It's so amazing. And it happens so fast. It's throughout this. You can see him do it 1,000 times. Every time there's something complicated, it'll be like, who understands this? The weirdest thing. So leptons are exactly, and it's insane how smooth he does it. It's so good.
How's that possible? About inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today.
I don't understand the concept of inflation today. Because he understands, if you don't know, what someone says doesn't matter almost at all. What they're saying moment to moment, the ability for you to carry that thought happens to build an affect within you. That affect then they use against you if they're a con man, and he is. Because they're honest. Yeah, fucking silly. I'm with you.
How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local.
That's an insane statement. Has nothing to do with anything. Non sequitur.
US dollars, then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago.
Beautiful. That's how you fucking lie to people. It's a master class in exactly that. It's so fascinating. And he does it over and over and over and over. And Bannon doesn't call him out on it because I think he's smarter than Bannon. Like, I think he's much quicker. I actually don't think he's a stupid person. I think he's uneducated and an asshole, but I don't think he's stupid. Bannon's actually kind of a dumb fuck. Genuinely. He's actually kind of a dumb fuck. But like, this is really fascinating. And so you go from like, yeah, and then you're with him, and then he carries you to that next thing, and then you go and you go. He knows how to bring it. This is a man who is like one of the great child traffickers of our time and blackmail artists of our time. And you wouldn't know it. He's very unassuming, soft-spoken, and knows how to bullshit you exactly. Inflates, still no information. Yes, Grizzle, exactly.
The prices go up. I don't have, it seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you
The wording is so interesting.
And you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is this specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Why is he staring like a menace? He understands how to maintain eye contact with the person he's talking to. He doesn't move his eyes. Moving eyes is a sign of weakness as people look at you. This is like sociopathy. It's wild. It's amazing, actually.
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves.
I don't know what inflation is. Fractionalized reserves. Like fucking, and you don't notice it. You just bear with it, and people do. And this is how this works. I fucking love this. Sorry, I just have been.
The system is not well understood, and most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Vassalin Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Liar's Poker?
Yeah, Liar's Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the.
This is interesting. Trust me, it's worth it.
The hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But
it's so good. He's very good with hand movements. He's very good with his steady contact. He's very good with light head movements. Like, again, this is a master manipulator.
When your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year that it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation.
Thought he didn't understand it a moment ago, but now he's able to build and build and build. I find this fascinating. I utterly find this fascinating. But I'm fried. I'm fried. I'm going to send you over to Riverboat Jack, who's doing game stream and chilling. Riverboat Jack does some lovely, lovely political stuff. Give them all my love. I am fried. This has been a long, like we're hitting what was the time? 5 hours, 10 minutes? But no, I didn't see you live, Lucy. Are you live? Are you live? I didn't see you live. Didn't show you as live. Sorry, Lucy. Didn't show you as live. I checked. We will catch you next time. Well, I looked. It's still not showing you. I just checked again. So we'll get you next time. We'll get you next time. And plus, yeah, we'll get you next time. It'll be good. You fell asleep for 2 hours in the middle of my stream. I am not a fun person to have as you dream. That's for fucking sure. That's for sure. But for those of you who are able to, if you want to support, always great. Memberships here, great. Patreon.com/DGQC, best way to do it. Also, just take part. The DGQC itself, discord.gg/DGQC, will be lovely. We'd love to see you there. We'd love to have those conversations. Oh, Riverboat Jack isn't live anymore? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. I just clicked on their stream and they are live. And then plus, again, it's like not giving me anyone. I'd send you to Political Punk. Political Punk doesn't let me fucking raid them, so whatever. All that's great. We'll see you next time. If you're watching this week, we're going to be doing our readings, and I've got videos hitting that I hope are at least minorly decent. But until then, I will see you all soon enough.